Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Heather. Heather,
Yep.
what happened to Deborah Hester?
Um, she had cancer, from what we understand. And it was something that we just found out. And then she had a stroke on December 30th and she passed on January 1st. Very
You
sad.
You have got to be kidding me.
Yeah, very, very sad.
I mean, with Deborah, I go all the way back to Inkster. She and I.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. She was in Inkster before she came here.
Bless you.
I'm afraid to answer these emails. I mean, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very sad.
Well, yeah. I mean, and she never let anybody know. We talked.
Mm-hmm. I think it was something she just found out not too long ago, from what we understand.
God rest her soul.
Yes.
There any arrangements been made? Maybe I've missed them.
No, we haven't gotten anything yet.
Well, I'd certainly like to pay my respects.
Yeah, I'm sure if they let you know about that, then they'll send notice. If not, if and when I get it, I'll forward it to you.
Thanks, son.
Yep.
Now, you're obviously aware I'm sitting in for Leanne. Well, Leanne and I switched shifts. She took my February 4th walk-ins.
Oh, okay. This wasn't a very good arrangement because those are maybe few and far between, and today you're going to be probably busy.
Oh, well, I don't think it had anything to do with volume. I think
No.
Leanne and most of the others have other contracts with other courts. I don't.
Right.
So
yes.
I'm kind of the catch-all guy.
And they appreciate you for that.
Yeah. They're good people to work with.
Now, did a lot change since it changed procedures, I guess you could say, or no?
What do you mean?
Because isn't it under like a new contract? Or no?
Nothing that I know has changed. Now, Teresa got a promotion in which she's doing multiple courts, but
right.
It hasn't changed for me in the last
okay.
2 years. I don't know. I'm waiting for it to get back to normal.
Oh, you and Judge both.
Tell you the truth, I'd like to get back into doing mediations.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Criminal stuff after all these years getting a little old.
See, civil, I still don't understand everything, so I don't know.
Are they busy?
What, civil?
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know.
Well, I should offer this up that, they trained me. The court paid for my training to be a mediator. At least I could do is try to help out. Because the other two people they trained with me can't get involved. They're both judges now. Of course, Judge Green always was. But, they trained Judge Martin to be a mediator, and then she became a judge.
Sorry, Jeff. Judge walked in and then my phone started ringing.
That's all right.
But yeah, mention it to them. Mention it to maybe Mariah.
Maybe I'll talk to Al about it. you have a good New Year's, hon?
We did. Quiet, but we did. Did you? How did your arrangements go? You went somewhere.
Yeah, we went. It was
The Grecian Center.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
It was poorly attended.
Oh.
In a room that would probably, I was looking for a little, hustle and bustle. In a room that would probably seat 300, there was probably 50.
Oh.
It seemed like it was all the oversized women from Taylor.
Jeff, we're live.
Oh, well sorry. It was
All
the
the beautiful women.
It was lovely women from the area, I'm sure. And it was, but it was poorly attended. And I was looking for a little more hustle and bustle, but and since we're live, I mean, the band was wonderful.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I have both of my defendants. Mr. Ronald Morris is on camera and Mr. Peralt is on deck. You guys
All
got
right.
the ball.
Thanks. We still have nobody, no prosecutors or attorneys yet, so it'll still just be a little bit.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep.
Sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
So were you addressing Mr. Morris at Division One?
Yeah, just see, we're both sitting here. Just see if you had any questions before he gets arraigned.
Actually, we're still in court. This isn't confidential. They got to put you in a breakout room.
And
Fair
Jeff, thank you, but he has a felony. He has an attorney.
Oh, okay.
Yep, thanks. Matt Vandewald,
Vandaway.
what are you here for, please?
It's for, it was aggravated domestic violence, Michelle Mintz.
Oh, okay. Let me see. So you're the victim?
No, I'm the officer.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Let me
okay.
rename you. Good morning, Sona.
Good morning. Sorry, it was not letting me in for some reason.
I know, I saw that. I'm like, I hope this isn't my computer.
Yeah, no, it was weird. It just kept loading.
Yeah. So, let me see. You had a Nonaji Neely.
Yes.
Okay. His,
No, actually. So I did originally, the two that I had were actually misdemeanors. And so I saw that they were removed from the docket. And the
very good,
only
okay.
one that remains is the drug offense.
Yep, I was gonna let you know that I rescheduled it. I got a hold of him and rescheduled it.
Amazing. Thank you. The only other one that I noticed that was a pretrial that's mine is Rogalski.
I actually rescheduled him too. I got a
Perfect.
hold of him yesterday afternoon. He's rescheduled also.
Okay. And is that till next Tuesday then?
Yep, yep.
Okay.
So I see you on Kelly, Mills.
White and roster.
Royster. Yep. Okay, perfect.
Royster, sorry.
All right. What happened with Kempster? Are you on that one? Remember, that's the motion. I sent you the paperwork.
Yes, I'm following up on that right now. I actually just looked over it. I'm not sure how we handle this because I've never done this in our office before. So I'm reaching out to see if someone could tell me, what our policy is on this.
Okay.
So I will let you know once I know.
Okay. So did you check because I know Rebecca Camargo is on there as the prosecutor. Did she used to be DV prosecutor or was she general?
See, I have no idea. I don't know who she is, and I don't know if she's still there.
She's not, because I talked to the attorney's office and they said that when they contacted her, she's like, I haven't been with them in like, I think they said like 10 years or something.
Yeah. And the person who signed the warrant is also not here, or like who our database had it listed as. So I'm not positive, I guess, how this would be taken care of because none of them are here. And I don't
Okay.
even know where that file would be because it's so old.
Yeah. I don't either know where ours is.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm messaging someone right now to see if they know more.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Jeff, I'm stepping away for a minute if anybody is asking for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, I'm back, Jeff. Thank you.
Nobody asked about you, Heather.
Wow, I guess it wasn't needed at that time. Hannah. Miss Barron.
Sorry, I was having issues connecting.
Uh,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. We have Mr. Morris on in Division 1 right now. I don't know if you needed to speak with him in a breakout room.
No, Mr. Morris and I have spoken. If I could speak with the prosecutor really briefly, though.
We don't have the prosecutor yet.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you know what? I'm sorry. She must have just arrived. I'm letting her in now. Nobody's connecting. Jose Eurista. On the phone for Jose. The person that signed on the phone under Jose. If you don't answer, I'm going to remove you. All right, last chance. Kathy? Good morning. Are you able to go on to YouTube only because we have over 30 felonies today? And so my windows are going to be small.
Yeah, as long as Yeah, as long as it's on YouTube. Sometimes it wasn't on YouTube.
Yeah, I always live stream. I know the other judges, it's up in the air, but mine is live stream, just so that you know if you want to just go over to YouTube.
Okay, I'll do that. No
I
problem.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Heather, can I
Bye-bye.
talk to, can I talk to Sonia? She, her officer is here. Hi.
Do you want a breakout room with Sona?
Uh-huh.
I always live stream.
I know. He kept all the files and I have 7 files that went.
Okay, I'll do that. No problem. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey, Heather, can I talk to Sonia? She,
Jose. The person that's on the phone. Hi.
Hi,
What are you here for, please?
I'm a translator for Bill Amadeo and Salvador Guzman.
For Guzman and who else, please?
The attorney's name is Bill Amadeo.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. All right. Hey, John.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're here just for your cases.
Yeah, Murray and Michelle, and if something happens with the other 3 before then, I'll let them know. I think
Okay.
it's just, but those are all exams, and those aren't supposed to be until this afternoon.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Mayhew, Crockett, and Ward, unless I have the wrong, an older one.
No, okay, Mayhew got adjourned, just so you know. I emailed Joe Nays and let him know, but that one got adjourned to February 9th at 12:30.
Okay,
And then who else?
Crockett, Robert Crockett,
What time is that one at?
1.
Oh, Crockett. Okay, yep. And then
And then-
who else?
I thought Nate said another one, Jasmine Ward at 2.
Okay, yep. Okay, yep, those are still going.
Okay, the one for Mayhew, do you know
Give me a
who,
call. I'll give you a call right back, okay? Hang on.
who that's in front of?
It's gonna be us, Judge Oakley.
Thank you.
Am I in the right place for the Guzman one?
You are, but I haven't brought them in yet. It'll still be a few.
Sorry, I lost audio. Am I in the right place for the Guzman? Am I in the right room for the Guzman?
Yes, but I have not brought them in yet. So it'll still
Okay.
be a few. Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Because we were trying 2 different meeting numbers, and can you confirm which meeting number this is so I can?
This meeting number is 491-975-6074.
97564.
Okay, Heather,
Wait a minute, Jane. And can you please let him
Okay,
know?
I think that's the
Mr.
one they're on.
Okay, I don't see him in the waiting room. So if you can let him know when he signs in, please put his name on it. All right, yes, Jane.
Steve Shard, who has an exam at 2 o'clock. He's gonna
Uh-huh.
zoom in the morning. He's gonna plea. I made him a plea offer, so.
Oh,
in
for
case you see
Jasmine
him,
Ward? Okay.
Just trying to get things over with before. Same with James Parker. He'll probably come a little early too. I got him a deal too.
Yep, I talked to him already. I already called off the officers on that one.
Thanks. And I called the officers off on Steve's.
Did you hear that, John?
No, I
told
just
Mace.
stepped away. What was that?
Oh, I
Yes.
told Maze.
Jasmine Ward?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one you're talking about, right, Jane?
Yep, I called Joe Nays and asked him about it.
Okay.
And sorry, John. Was it
No,
your
no
case?
worries.
I didn't
No,
have
no,
the cases till
it is.
last night.
Gotcha. No, not a big deal. I'm sure he already knows. I was just doing some housekeeping.
So in other words, Joe's not letting John know.
Right.
All right.
I just, the attorney called me. I didn't have files. I got them last night and I confirmed with the attorney I could do what I wanted to do. And I confirmed with Joe he was okay with it.
All right. And Hannah Barron needs to speak to you, Jane.
Okay.
So if you guys
Are you
want to
there?
talk about all of your cases, I'm going to put you in a breakout room. If Jane, you can go back into that room that you were just in.
Is anybody there?
Yes, I'm here. Jose, what's up? What's the problem?
Are you there?
We are. We can hear you.
Yeah, so Bill Amadeo, and I'm waiting for Mr. Guzman, but Jasmine Ward is the one I'm on. I don't know what was said.
You're on Jasmine Ward at 2 o'clock for a live exam. You were going to come here in person?
No, that's not it. I'm sorry.
Okay. No.
Sorry. Hey, what's up? Hello?
Jose?
Yes?
Oh, he just walked away. I was wondering if you know if that was Mr. Guzman, who's not connected.
Mr. Guzman is I'm on the phone with both Mr. Guzman and Mr. Amadeo. They're both in the waiting room.
Well, I don't know if this is Mr. Guzman, who I pulled in, who is not connected. I don't know if he knows how to use it. So that's my problem.
Yeah,
I have him
is there,
here, but he doesn't know how to turn on his audio.
Is there a number he can dial into instead that he could do the video and the audio?
Well, can you just have him push the button for audio?
Let me see what I can do.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
But otherwise, yes, I have a phone number if he's unable to get through.
So he says he's pushing the button for audio, but he can't get through. Do you want to give me a number he can dial into? Do you have a pen?
It's trying to connect right now because he
Okay.
pushed that button. So let's see.
Hang on a second, Mr. Guzman.
Mr. Amadeo, did you need to speak to Miss Gillis on your case?
Actually, it's Carly Knox. She's a special prosecutor and she's in the waiting room. And we don't need to talk. We just need to make a brief record.
Okay, what about Mr. Ward, because he's here also?
For Mr. Word, I contacted Mr. Kerry, who I believe was the prosecutor. We're still waiting on some evidence. If it's Miss Gillis, I'll need to talk to Jane briefly.
All right, she's not in here.
I know Alan Curry and I were going back and forth in communication, but then I hadn't heard from him, so I don't know if there was a switch or not.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's just Jane now, no
Okay.
longer Mr. Curry.
Understood.
So he's still there and he's not able to connect. The audio is not connecting. You want to give me the phone number that he can dial?
Let me give you the phone number. It is 646.
Get ready to dial number. Hang on. It's 646. Salvador, you hear me? Okay. Next number.
876
876
9923.
9923.
And
So stay.
mhm.
All right, hang on a second. What else, ma'am?
So when he dials that, it's going to ask for that other meeting ID number, the 491 number. He'll have to also push that in too.
All right,
Okay.
hang on a second. So then it's going to ask for a meeting ID number and you're going to push in. Could you give me the meeting ID number again, ma'am?
491
491
975
975
6074.
6074. So Mr. Guzman, if you would dial that number and try that meeting code, you should be in on the audio and she'll let you in.
So Mr. Amadeo, did you need a breakout room with Miss Cox?
No, actually, Heather, we're good to go. And if Mr. Guzman cannot get in, I'll relay everything to his interpreter.
Okay.
Prosecutor Knox has potentially COVID and we're waiting for discovery. So we're just going to request an adjournment. I don't want to speak for Carly, but I think we're on the same page.
All right, that's perfectly fine. Any Wednesday that is good for both of you guys for a new PCC.
Carly, are you on?
I am on.
right.
I'm just looking at my calendar right now. I am only out of the office on January 19th. Other than that, I look like I'm open on every Wednesday through February 9th.
Can we do February 9th for a PCC and see if we have all the discovery at that point and if we're good to go?
Yep, that's fine. February 9th at 9:30.
Right. And we may resolve before then. If so, I'll let the court know if that's acceptable to everyone.
You'll still just come in on February 9th. That'll be fine.
Okay, sounds good,
All right.
Heather. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. So if, do you want me to put you in a breakout room with the interpreter and you guys can sign off after you're done with
Nah,
that?
I don't need to take your time. I'll call him after. It's fine.
Okay, Jose, did you hear that?
Yes, we're good. I rely on Mr. Amadeo and so does Mr. Guzman.
Okay, thanks so much. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everybody.
Charlie.
Bye.
Mr. Amadeo, you can leave and I'm gonna remove Mr. Guzman.
Oh, I still have Mr. Word.
Oh, you do. I'm sorry. Well, I'm gonna remove Mr. Guzman. Jane, are
Yes.
you and Hannah good?
Yes.
Did you speak about all of her cases?
No, just
I
Morris.
just have one case this morning.
You just have one. Okay, good. All right.
Mhm.
Are you guys?
As well as, sorry, just the prelim that we submitted the STIP for to adjourn this afternoon.
Oh, yep, it's signed. I'll be,
Okay,
I'll be
great.
shipping that
Thank
over to
you.
you afterwards.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Let me see if I have the attorney for the other case. Mr. Parker.
And I called nays on the adjournment of Mayhew.
Okay. I'm gonna bring in this phone real quick and figure this out, and then we'll start getting busy.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Morning, how are you?
All right, how are you?
Right?
Let me figure out who's on this phone and then we'll start getting busy.
Okay then.
Mr. Parker, did you need to speak to Prosecutor Lake regarding Mr. Pearl? They do have him at the jail. He's on standby. We're just waiting to handle the other case.
I have talked to my client already. I'm ready to proceed. The only
Okay,
thing
so you don't need to speak to Prosecutor Lake.
not at this time. I've been emailing her.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I got your email, Mr. Parker. I'll get the discovery to you today. There is a protective order I'm preparing right now for the Kids Talk video that I'll email to you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Judge, we are good to go on Mr. Morris. He's the one that is in the jail.
Appearances on Mr. Morris's file, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by way of Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Morris.
Good morning. Mr. Morris, you can hear everyone all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
What are we doing today?
Judge, the prosecutor just sent me discovery on this case this morning, and we would like to set it for a live exam.
And Judge, I did not bring you in your lives, so I will bring them in a matter of 2 minutes. I'm
Just
sorry.
Give me a date if you want.
February 9th or February 16th.
Ladies?
9th is good.
February 9th work, yeah.
1 or 1:30?
1 is fine for me.
Anything as to bond?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Morris right now is in for a low-level offense with a 2-year exposure, but he's in on a $500 cash bond. So right now, Mr. Morris is essentially just being held because he can't meet a $500 cash bond. He's being punished for being indigent, essentially. So, Judge, I would ask that Mr. Morris be released on a personal bond instead.
Ms. Gillis?
On behalf of the people, Judge, you know, this is, although it's only a 2-year, it's an exposure to a minor. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 prior felonies that I am aware of. I think $500 is reasonable in light of the facts.
Does he have any capious history?
I got out of jail 10 days ago on the 3rd.
Hold on, Mr. Morris.
No money.
Oh, Mr. Morris, you don't need to talk, okay?
I'm going to Oakwood after 9 months, after Wayne County for 2 years. This
Okay.
shit, they're going to get so much shit for this. That my doing business.
Okay, Mr. Morris, Mr. Morris.
You're not helping yourself right now, Mr. Morris.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about
I do not have a capious, I don't have record of that. Sometimes in my files, they're there and sometimes they're not. It's just not there, so I have no idea.
A 5,000 personal. Mr. Morris,
Thank
you
you,
understand?
Judge.
Are you aware of the fact that you've got 2 trespassing misdemeanors that are scheduled for a pretrial on January 6th? That's tomorrow.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. So that's
Judge.
set up for Zoom as well.
They locked me up on that last year and didn't take it off my record.
All right, say that again.
Okay, so
They locked me up for that last summer, for that trespassing. They locked me up there for that last summer. And then they took off my record.
All right, well, they're not off your record because they're showing that they're still pending cases.
I was at Dickinson and I was here for 2 years. We fought the
well,
trial.
Mr. Morris, what the
Alright, well,
judge
we're
is
not gonna
telling you is
resolve
that
it
you
today.
still have court for them tomorrow. You have court, regardless of what happened, you have court for them tomorrow, okay?
So, okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, so you can zoom in, or if you don't have that capability, you can show up at the court. Understood? Understood, Mr. Morris?
Yes, sir. You was talking
And
about,
Judge, I apologize, just to make sure that Mr. Morris knows, did you say which judge that was in front of?
Me.
If you know? You?
Me.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So that's courtroom 2 tomorrow morning on those trespassing charges.
Okay,
On the
thank you,
felony
Judge.
case, I'm putting you on a personal bond.
okay, thank you.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you don't follow through on the felony file?
Yes, sir. That's
All right,
right.
anything else, Ms. Barham?
No, but if I could get a breakout room with Mr. Morris after this, thank you, Judge.
Sure. Heather, can you do that?
I will. So the next case is not going to be called because he is there at the jail.
Okay.
If we can find out who Amir is.
Michelle Mintz.
Okay. I'm bringing in Miss Mintz's attorney right now.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had to use my son's phone because my phone wouldn't let me download Zoom because I forgot my Apple ID password.
No problem. We know who you are.
Miss Phelps, did you need to speak to Miss Mintz?
No,
Are you ready?
we're ready.
Thank you.
All right, appearances on Michelle Mintz, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Miss Michelle Mintz, who is also present via Zoom. Miss Mintz, can you please state your name for the record?
You talking to me?
Yes, can you just say your name, please?
Yes, Michelle Mintz.
Thank you.
What do we got planned for today, ladies?
Your Honor, I am still missing digital discovery on this case, but we would like to set it for an in-person exam at this point. I'm assuming Ms. Gillis can get me that discovery pretty quickly.
If it's available. I mean, if it exists.
February 9 or February 16, ladies?
One moment, please. The 9th would work better for me. I have another exam with you at 11:30 that day.
All right, we'll set this one at 1.
Great, thank you.
Anything as to bond?
Not from the
Bond will be
defense.
continued.
Thank you.
Ms. Mintz, we've got some other files with your name on them. We've got drinking and driving charge. We've got a drove while license suspended charge. We've got a couple civil infractions. My records show that you owe us over $1,300 and you haven't made a payment for a while. You're gonna need to send in some money, get started with a payment plan. If you go to our website,
I had it.
under the Contact Us tab, you can get your
I briefly read.
options on the website. Understood?
Yes.
Anything else on Ms. Mintz's files?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you, ladies.
On the One Plus phone, what is your name, please? On the One Plus Nord N100 phone, what is your name?
Robert Merritt.
Thank you.
Robert Merritt. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I can't see you guys though. Yeah.
I'm going to put you back in the waiting room until we bring in your attorney and the prosecutor.
Yes.
Thank you. We have Mr. Ward, Judge, or yeah, Ward, W-O-R-D, Bramante, and his attorney, Mr. Amadeo.
Morning.
Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Ward, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194 for Amante Word. We're both present via Zoom. Waive our right to be present in person.
Ms. Gillis, this one yours?
Yes, it is. Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Thank you. What's your pleasure today, Mr. Amadeo?
Your Honor, I was in touch with Mr. Curry. I didn't know that Jane took over the file again. So I would ask if, when she gets time, if I could have the audio discovery. Mr. Curry was working on that. We're also kind of stuck because the Washington case is moving slower than anticipated. Could we have the February 9th at 9:30 for a PCC to see where we're at before we do anything?
Any objections from the people?
No objections.
So that's February 9th, 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Bond is continued. And Mr. Ward, looks like you've got 2 tickets from Huron Township, impeding traffic and equipment violation. You owe us money.
Looks like a dick.
Could you repeat that last part, Your Honor?
Yeah, impeding traffic and equipment violations from Huron Township, 2021 tickets. We show those 2 total $330.
Yeah, I just got them like a couple days ago. One of them was for my windshield tints, my front 2 window tints, and then the other one was for
When you say a couple days ago, what do you mean? Because I'm assuming they're already in default, or I wouldn't have this information. So
no,
a couple weeks ago.
No, it just happened like maybe 4 or 5 days ago, Your Honor. Like last week on the way to work.
You got 14 days from the date of the ticket to either pay them or set up a hearing on them. So get on our computer and get on our website and do something.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. He did get that. He got them in the mail 2 days ago, notification. I'll make sure he gets on top of it. It won't be an issue, Judge.
Well, if he got the notification 2 days ago, the notification probably was that he was in default.
I understand, Judge. We'll take care of it.
Okay, all right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We have Brandy Robinson with, oh, wait a minute, did they miss late? Oh, we're still waiting. Brandy Robinson, Jason Mills, and Prosecutor Moldisian. Mr. Mills has 2 cases at 8:30.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mills, please watch what you say because you are live streaming and we did hear what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies, appearances for Mr. Mills' files.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Judge. Brandy Robinson from the Neighborhood Defender Service for Jason Mills. My bar number is 66895, and he is present, obviously.
Good morning, ladies.
Thank you, Judge.
What are we going to do today?
Judge, we would set it for a preliminary exam, please.
Others giving me a couple dates. We've got February 9, 16, or 23. Nobody's got a preference?
Sorry, just 1 second, Judge. I'm checking my calendar. Okay, could you say those options one more time? The 9th?
9th, 16th, or 23rd?
Looks like the 16th would be ideal.
Ms. Moisissani, that'll work for you?
Yes, I already have 2 with you in the morning, so maybe if we could do it in the afternoon.
How about noon, 12 o'clock?
That would be perfect.
Ms. Robinson, that works?
Yes,
Anything as to bond, ladies?
no.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be continued.
Judge, I believe he also has a second case that he needs to be potentially arraigned on, a controlled substance case.
I've got that one set for a PCC today.
Okay. Could we do that one now, or would you rather wait for a different time?
All right, so what did you think we were setting for February 16th? I thought we were doing them both for them.
Oh, both exams that day? That's fine. That would be fine.
No,
I
if that works for both you and Ms. Moisissani.
So Judge, the other case, I wouldn't be doing that one because it didn't happen on the same date and time. I don't believe it's a separate case. So that would be Jane Gillis's case.
All right, well, I don't know which is which because nobody gave me any case numbers.
That happened back in June, Your Honor.
So
Mr. Mills?
He's just saying it happened before this case was, the current case was charged, so.
The
just
domestic
hang on.
case.
Which one are you on, counsel?
The domestic case is 21-0862.
Okay, so that's the one you want to set on a exam date for February 16 at noon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Robinson, what's your pleasure as to the possession of controlled substance charge?
Judge, I could set it for an exam that same day if Ms. Gillis is available.
Jane?
Is it a Wednesday?
Yep.
Okay, I can do Wednesdays, any Wednesdays.
Okay. So we'll still leave them on. Both of those cases are going to be scheduled at noon on the 16th.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Anything else on those files, Ms. Robinson?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. Mr. Mills, you have any questions for your attorney before I let you get out of the meeting?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge,
You're all
my
set.
question for Mr. Mills is, will he be able to get here if it's a live exam, or do I need to do some type of MIT for him, Ms. Robinson? Because he's in a treatment center, Judge, for the jail.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know, can we talk offline about that? I do think we probably would need to order him here, but this will be a first for me, frankly, so I don't know what the process looks like.
Miss Robinson, we've got time. Figure it out and just let Heather know. If we need to do a MIT, we'll do a MIT.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you need to speak to Mr. Mills in a breakout to figure that out?
No, he and I have been in communication offline.
Okay, just let Heather know and we'll work it out, whatever paperwork we need.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck in the treatment center, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Next judge is Mr. Peralt. He is the one that's at the Wayne County Jail.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Peralt.
Morning, Your Honor.
And who's representing Mr. Peralt today?
Mr. Parker.
I am, Your Honor. I'm ready. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Parker. What are we going to do today?
Your Honor, I would like to set this for a preliminary examination, discuss bond with you for a second.
All right. Okay. Who's the prosecutor on this one?
Me, Your Honor, Reagan Lake.
Good morning. Thank you. February 9, February 16, February 23. What works for your calendars?
February 23rd works for my calendar, Your Honor.
That works for me as well.
Awesome. How about 12 noon?
That's fine.
That'll be fine.
Mr. Parker. Okay.
Your Honor, there is a Kids Talk video that we have to release to Mr. Parker that requires a protective order. Whom should I email the protective order to?
Heather. You email it to Heather and we'll get my signature on it ASAP.
Okay, can she put her email in the chat, please?
I will.
Yeah, yep.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Parker, if I'm looking at the file correctly, the current bond is $100,000 cash or surety, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. My client, Mr. Peralt, he's been living at his residency for the past 7 years. This case started out as an investigation with about maybe 10 to 11 months ago. Mr. Peralt was aware of this, and I only bring this up to have you look at the factors that he hasn't been a flight risk. He's been stable. He is currently employed. He works as a mechanic. And right now he works at Garden Choice for Mr. Randy Brown. My client also has several medical issues, including he is epileptic. He's had a few seizures. He hasn't had any type of proper medication. And we are asking you to reduce his bond significantly.
On behalf of the people, Ms. Lake.
Yes, Your Honor, people would oppose any reduction in bond. It's alleged in this case that the defendant repeatedly sexually assaulted his living girlfriend's daughter over a period of years. We also have information that she's not the only victim. So we would oppose any reduction in bond.
Well, Your Honor, at this time, he's only being charged with the incidents, I believe, with his living girlfriend. Obviously, they do not live together. Presently, that address where he's been living at for the last 7 years is with his father. We're asking that he be allowed to live there.
So the information that came over for the arraignment, which is dated December 22nd from Van Buren Township PD, references some pending charges with the Attorney General's office. Do either one of you know anything about that?
I am not aware of anything with the Attorney General.
No, I'm not, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Parker, if not $100,000 cash or surety, what are you requesting?
Well, Your Honor, could we have a $10,000, 10% bond on this particular matter? Again, my client this investigation has been going on the last 10 months. My client is not a flight risk. He has a stable residency. We're asking that he have this particular bond. Obviously, you would require a tether, and he understands he's not to make any contact with the complaining witness and the victims or families associated with this.
Ms. Lake, I'm assuming there hasn't been any contact issues since the bond was placed?
I am not aware of any, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to tell me before I make a decision?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that you at least stay your decision to the exam, but as far as if Your Honor is inclined to give a 10% bond, I think 10% of 100,000 would be more appropriate than 10% of 10,000, given the nature of the charges.
Thank you. All right, I am going to change the bond to $100,000, 10%. All other good conditions would stay. So the no contact, the GPS tether, those are all still on the table. Understood, Mr. Parker?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have nothing else.
All right. We're all set on that one then?
Yes, we are.
Mr. Peralt, do you have any questions for your attorney before I let you terminate the meeting?
No, sir, I couldn't hear the bond. What was that?
10%. All the conditions are the same. I've changed it from $100,000 cash or surety to $100,000 cash surety or 10%. So $10,000 cash would get you out on that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you.
All right,
Have
what's
a
next?
good day, everyone.
Next, you too. Thank you, Ms. Lake. Next is Mr. Kelly, Deontay Kelly, the very first one at 8:30.
Thank you. Who's representing Mr. Kelly today?
I am, Your Honor, Tim Dabalski.
Good
I had
morning, Mr.
faxed.
Dabalski.
Good morning, Your Honor. I just faxed my appearance within the last 5 minutes to the court.
Okay, and Happy New Year. And Ms.
Thank you.
Messina, I assume this is yours?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Dabalski, what's your pleasure as to Mr. Kelly's file?
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is to adjourn the PCC in order to get discovery. That way we can make a more informed decision as what we're going to do.
Sure. Ms. Moisean, can we do a PCC, get discovery out in time to do a PCC next week, or is the 12th too tight?
We can. I'm actually I was in communication with the detective this morning. He said he could probably get it uploaded either Friday or Monday when he's back in town. And so that should be enough time. I don't know if it gives the defense counsel enough time to review it after.
Let's find out. Mr. Dabalski, it sounds like you'll get the discovery in the next day or two. You want to go to the 12th, or do you need to bump out another week to the 19th?
How about the 19th, Your Honor?
That's fine. Let's do
9
that
o'clock?
How about, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
No, what time, Your Honor?
9:15 work?
That works for me. Zoom?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I ask that bond be continued.
Ms. Moisean, anything on bond?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Bond is continued. Mr. Kelly, do you have any questions for Mr. Dabalski before I terminate the meeting?
No, thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Dabalski, can you put your email in the chat so I know where to send the discovery link?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Heather, what's next?
Yes. Next is Robert Merritt at 9 a.m.
Good morning.
Howdy.
I was
Good
just not
morning,
in.
Mr. Merritt. Who's representing Mr. Merritt today, please?
Jim O'Donnell.
Can't
Good
see.
morning, counsel.
Good
Yes,
morning,
sir.
Your Honor.
Counsel, we do not have video for you, which I can probably survive, but I just.
Wait,
wanna let
hold
you know.
on. There I go.
There you go. There you go. All right. And who's prosecuting on Merritt?
Good morning, Judge. My name is Doa Al-Hawashi.
They don't
Good
have
morning.
video.
And Mr. O'Donnell, what's your pleasure? What are we doing today?
Judge, today is a probable cause conference. However, we have not yet received discovery. And we'd like to adjourn the probable cause conference because Mr. Merritt has expressed to me that he wants to talk about this case before he makes any decisions.
Sure. How soon can we get the discovery package ready?
Judge, we can have the discovery package ready within the next week. I will say I'm still awaiting the medical examiner's report, so I too was going to ask for a request to adjourn the probable cause conference.
Okay.
I'd like to have that report before we proceed with the exam.
Sure. Any idea when that'll be in your hands?
Judge, based on my other cases, they're taking a while. Several weeks, I would guess.
So you want to go into March?
That would be fine, Judge, if I could have that time.
All right. Heather, give
Judge?
me a March date.
Yeah, we're just looking for a PCC.
Yep.
March 9th or March 16th, or even the 23rd, whatever is good.
Okay. Any preference? 9th, 16th, 23rd?
I have nothing on the 9th or the 23rd.
No preference for me, Judge.
The 9th, do you think the 9th gives you enough time, counsel?
I do, Judge. Thank you.
All right, 9:30 in the morning?
That works, Your Honor.
That's going to be with
Anything
Judge
else to
Martin.
bond? That's courtroom number 1, folks.
All right, March
Anything else to
9th.
bond?
Not from the people, Judge.
No, Judge,
All right,
please
so bond will be
continue. Bond.
continued. Mr. Merritt, do you have any questions for your attorney before I terminate the meeting?
Tell me you want a copy of discovery.
Yes, I like a copy of the discovery when you get it to, okay?
Judge, we've already made arrangements for that. I have a email for the client. I will, as soon as I get it, I will forward it to
Okay.
him.
Thank
So
you.
no questions, Mr. Merritt?
No, sir.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Mr. Merritt, talk to you later.
Thank you, counselors.
Next, last name is Stone at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Ms. Phelps, that one's yours?
Yes.
Good morning again.
Morning.
I'm gonna guess this one's probably Jane's. Ms. Gillis, you're prosecuting this one?
Yes, I am. Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Stone. He was having some issues with his audio. I'm not sure it might actually be working now. Mr. Stone, can you hear us? Okay, then I guess I would waive his appearance on the record. I have had an opportunity to talk to him on the phone.
What are we gonna do today, Ms. Phelps?
Your Honor, I don't have any discovery yet on this case, so I would ask that discovery be ordered and that we set this for another probable cause conference as soon as possible.
Jane, can you get your discovery package in time for us to do an exam on or a PCC on the 19th?
Yes.
That date available for Ms. Phelps?
I can make it work.
All right. And let's say 9:45.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
Bond is continued then? And Ms. Phelps, can you communicate that to Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. Heather, what else?
Mr. Jadala, are you expecting Miss Murray?
I have texted her and called her, and I am yet to receive a response yet from her.
Okay, so, all right. Let me bring in Mr. Upshaw.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
That would be correct, Judge.
All right. Happy New Year, Samir.
Kyle Smith, what are you here for, please? Kyle Smith,
Yes,
what are you here for, please?
I was charged with OWI.
There you are. Okay, you, Judge, that's at 9:15. And it looks
I'm
like
sorry, what's your
Leanne
name?
Smith is the last name?
Thank you.
That'd be mine, Heather.
Yep.
Misdemeanor?
Yes,
And the last name is what?
Smith, Kyle
Oh, I got it.
Smith.
Kyle Smith. I got it. Okay. And that's yours, Mr. Bowditch?
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your appearance for Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Smith. Your Honor, I would need a breakout room with Mr. Smith if I could.
All right. And have you talked to Ms. Gillis about this file? Is there an offer on the table, Mr. Bowditch?
No, I'm filling in for Ms. Belcher today. I haven't spoke with Ms. Gillis yet.
There is an offer on the file, and I've talked extensively with Ms. Belcher about it.
Can I go into a breakout room then first with Ms. Gillis?
Sure.
Yep, I'll put you in. We're kind of on a standstill, Judge, because Miss Brandy Brandy is in another court. Mr. Upshaw, do you have your client with you, Mr. Smith?
No, I do not. I have a Mr. Butler and a Mr. What's my other one?
Andre Smith.
Andre Smith, that's correct. He should
Yeah.
be zooming in on his own.
Okay, nobody for you is here yet. All right, so we're gonna wait till both of your clients show up.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom off and give him a call and come back in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Heather, do you have any idea what Trooper Kane is here for?
No, I'll
Let's
bring,
find out real quick.
okay.
That's a great picture Ms. Phelps has up.
Yeah, it is. And I need to know who
Looks
Miss
like
Kraus is.
professionally. Yep. Troopers connecting. Kraus is connected. Sarah Kraus, are you connected?
I'm sorry, Judge.
What are you here for, ma'am?
I'm here to represent Christopher Kelly. That's a PCC up
Kelly.
for this morning.
What time was that scheduled, please?
The sheet that I have says it was 8:30. And I'm standing in for Gavi Silver.
So you're talking Deontay Kelly? Deontay Kelly retained counsel?
Oh, okay. Thank you. We were notified.
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Have
Bye-bye.
your day. Good morning, Trooper Kane.
Morning, sir.
What file are you on? I want to make sure we put you in contact with the right prosecutor.
Lawrence Levi Sharp.
Sharp?
Yes, sir.
So that's a misdemeanor. We need to we'll let Jane know that he's here. Troop, we're gonna put you back in a breakout room. We'll let Prosecutor Gillis know that you're in the waiting room if she needs to talk to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna put the name of the defendant on there so we know.
Sure. Maybe just send her a chat. That might be the most.
You said
efficient
Lawrence
way to do
Sharp?
that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sharp.
Thank you. All right, Jane should be coming back. Miss Robinson, are you ready for Joshua Quick?
Yes, I am. Thank you for everyone's patience. Just juggling other hearings. I appreciate it.
Quick was at 9:15. Do we have
Correct.
Quick?
Yep, I brought him in, connecting to audio now.
All right. That's probably Jane's file though.
I believe it is.
Mr. Quick, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Brandy Robinson from the Neighborhood Defender Service, bar number 66895 for Mr. Quick.
Thank you. Can we do anything without Miss Gillis or we need her?
I think we're going to need her. We are going to have to set this one for an exam.
Right.
Every Wednesday is good for her. Yeah. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, we probably don't need her.
Okay.
February 9, February 16, either one of those okay?
Let me just take a quick look. If we could do the 9th, that would be fine.
Sure. Mr. Quick, that works for you?
I'm sorry.
February 9th at 1:30 work for you?
If I'm not working, I'm not sure. Yeah, but that'll work because I don't work until 5:30.
All right, Ms. Robinson, bond?
No issues as to bond for us. Thank you.
We'll continue bond. Mr. Quick, is that your artwork you got posted?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, then I won't compliment you on your talent then.
I'm sorry, did you say February 9th at 1:45?
1:30, February 9, 1:30, that's live at the court. Do you have any questions for Ms. Robinson before I terminate the meeting?
Nope, February 9th, 1:30.
You got it. Enjoy your day.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Ms. Robinson. We got you on some more stuff, or we done with you today?
Yes, I believe I have 3 more.
Okay. Heather, what do you got?
Mr. Bazzi is here for Landing Strip Lounge. Mr. Bazzi, do you know if somebody from the business is here?
Yes, I'm telling them to sign on as soon as I talk to the prosecutor.
Well, because somebody's in as business, so I didn't know if it was your client.
I don't think so because I told him that I would call him to when I'm ready. So.
All right, well, we're waiting for,
Morning, Mr. Mazzi.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good.
Jane's
Do
in
you
a
know-
breakout room.
Do you know who's going to be showing up so we can watch for that name in our waiting room?
Jason Saad. Jason Saad.
No Jason yet. Yep, nobody there yet. We'll watch.
Okay.
You need to talk to the prosecutor, or you want to wait till your client's
Please,
here?
please, Your Honor.
All right, I'm assuming this is Jane's because it's a misdemeanor, so as soon as she's out of her breakout room, we'll put her back in.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna bring in, because we have Miss Sona, I'm gonna bring in Mr. White, Ryan White, and Andrew Sullivan, so that they can handle that.
Ryan White was scheduled when, please?
At 9:30.
Thank you. Got it. All right.
He is
Heather,
not.
I would need to speak with Mr. Smith if I could.
Sure. Thank you, Jeff.
Attorney Sullivan, your appearance for Mr. White, please.
Morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, here on behalf of Ryan White.
You and Mr. White, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Hey, Jane, 2 things. We've got Trooper Kane in the waiting room on the Lawrence Sharp matter, and we've got Attorney Bazzi ready to talk to you about the Landing Strip Lounge misdemeanor.
Okay, is White my case or?
I think
No, it is
White
not.
Soma's. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I can talk to the trooper and I can talk to Mr. Bazzi.
Yes, if you'll go back
Okay.
into that room, please.
Thank you. And Mr. Sullivan, what's your pleasure on Mr. White's file today? What are we going to do?
Yes, Judge. There's some investigation that I'd like to do on this case. If the court is scheduling preliminary examinations for March, middle or late March, I think that that would be plenty of time for us to do our investigation. But I'm just wondering what available exam dates you have.
You want to set it for an exam or you want to do a PCC?
I would be comfortable setting it for another PCC, just to make sure that I get all of my investigation done before the exam. If I may have 4 weeks.
So pretty much any Wednesday.
Yeah.
Ms. Boisessian?
Yeah, that's fine with me. This will be our third PCC. It sounded like he said he needed 4 weeks. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, so it wasn't until this PCC that we had digital discovery. So that was the holdup until now.
And I'm okay with setting it for an exam. Whatever you two want to do.
That's fine. We can set it for another PCC.
Okay.
I guess whatever date works for Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, pick one.
Let's go 3 weeks to the 26th, please.
January 26th for PCC.
Yes.
All right. How about 9:30?
That's great, Judge. Thank you.
And bond will be continued unless I hear something quick.
Correct.
And Mr. White, January 26th, 9:30.
January 26th. Got it.
All right. Do you have any questions for your attorney before I terminate the meeting?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
And I am here as well on Angel Campuzano, Frank Michaud. And I have I'd like to address the court briefly about some examinations this afternoon, just whenever the court is available.
Okay. I just brought Campuzano in. Let's see if she's connected. Do you need to talk to her in a breakout?
No, I spoke to Mr. Campuzano yesterday.
All right. And when was he scheduled? So I can find him on my docket.
9:30 also.
Thank you. See if we've got him connected.
He is.
Mr. Campuzano, good morning.
You can talk. Good morning.
And Mr. Sullivan, your appearance and tell me what we're doing today.
Yes, Judge, Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261 on behalf of Mr. Campuzano. Mr. Campuzano and I have spoken yesterday about all of the discovery we've received. We are ready to schedule this case for a preliminary exam.
All right, so this will be live. We can do it on February 9, 16, 23. These will be afternoon dates, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let's schedule for the 23rd, actually.
February 23.
I'm sorry. Can I retreat and instead pick the 16th?
You can.
Thank you.
And how about 1 o'clock? Does that work?
Could we do a little later in the afternoon? Is there anything?
2.
2 would be better. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Campuzano, does that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bond is continued. Do you have any questions for Mr. Sullivan before I terminate the meeting?
No,
Enjoy your day.
thank you.
Heather, you got anything ready?
I'm going to bring in these 2 iPhones and find out who they are.
Sure. Let's identify them and then we'll talk to Mr. Sullivan about today's afternoon docket.
Yes, and Mr. Zach McVeigh. I don't know who that is. On the iPhone speaking, what's your name, please?
Jasmine Ward.
Thank you.
So here's the thing.
She is an exam for this afternoon, Judge. It's going to be a waiver with Mr. Sharg. So Jasmine, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room until we hear from your attorney, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. The other iPhone is not connected. Either is Zach McVeigh.
All right, I'm removing both of them. Hopefully when they come back in, they'll connect with audio.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Sullivan, let's talk. What do you want to talk about this afternoon?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I have 4 of your exams this afternoon, and I foresee no trouble on 3 of them, but the 4th, Andrea Ward Patrick, I received word yesterday that she is scheduled for an emergency surgery today. Her surgery was scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning, and it's unclear whether or not she'll be out of surgery by the afternoon. I have documentation from the surgery center showing her surgery scheduled for today. I apologize that this is so last minute, but I wanted to address the court and ask for adjournment sooner rather than later, so hopefully the state can notify their witnesses.
I appreciate that, but I can't find her on my docket. What's her name?
11 a.m., Judge?
Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm looking in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Okay.
11 a.m.
I thought it was.
That's all right. It's the afternoon somewhere at 11 o'clock. And is that Jane's then, Heather?
Yes, it is.
Probably.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So as soon as we've got, actually, if you don't mind, Heather, just send Jane a chat message letting her know that the defendant is hospitalized today. And counsel is asking for an adjournment, and then we'll get her on the record with Mr. Sullivan. We could talk about that.
I cannot chat when they are in the breakout rooms.
How does that
I
work?
would,
Can you send her a
I would
chat
have to go
that's
in there
waiting
and
for
do
her?
it. I'm sorry.
So you can't even send her a chat that she gets when she's out of the waiting room or the breakout?
Correct. It'll just tell me that
Okay.
she's not involved
Okay.
right now.
Well, it'll wait until she pops out.
Okay, let's see who
We got
Devin
anything else?
Beach is. Jane's. Oh, Jane's out with landing strip, Mr. Bazzi.
All right, are you ready on the landing strip file?
Yes.
I believe my client is telling me that he's in the meeting room under Zoom, maybe.
We've got a unidentified iPhone. What's his first name? I'm sorry.
Jason.
Well, we've got a Jason's iPhone, so that might be Jason's.
That's
son.
it.
Let's bring him in and find out. Getting connected.
I'm bringing in the other
Mr.
iPhone.
Sullivan just told us that Miss Ward, one of his exams scheduled at 11 o'clock. He received notice last night that she had emergency surgery today. So he's going to be asking for an adjournment. So just put that in your head so we can talk about that when we're done with the landing strip.
Oh, that's interesting.
Jason's iPhone. Is this Jason Saad?
Yes, it is.
Good morning, sir. Counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Did you call the case?
Sure. Give me your appearance on the landing strip lounge, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hassan Bezi on behalf of the landing strip. I got Jason Saad here. Jason, can you state your name again for the record?
Jason G. Saad.
And Your Honor, my P number is P78448. At this time, I don't know if Mr. Jason hasn't, Mr. Saad hasn't been arraigned. So for purpose of arraignment, we'll wait formal reading stand mute to the charges. And we're going to ask for a pretrial date, Your Honor. I had a chance to talk to Ms. Gillis. She is going to try to contact the officer to see if there's any offers.
Sure. Heather, I don't see any pretrial dates, so can we just pick a Wednesday?
You do have pretrial dates. It's yeah. One of them just says misdemeanor adjournment. That's
Oh,
PC.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yep. How far out do we have to go, Mr. Hassan or Mr. Bazzi or Ms. Gillis? How far out do we need to go?
I would like 30 days.
All right, so February 2nd, close enough?
Judge, that's
Yes.
good on my calendar, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bazzi, that works?
That works for us, Your Honor. Jason, does that work for you?
Okay.
Yes, it'll work.
All right. 9:15, 9:30, 10 o'clock, what works best?
9:15 is good, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day to you and your staff and Happy New Year.
you as well.
You're all set, Mr. Saad.
Thank you.
On the iPhone, what is your name, please?
Bridget
Yep.
Murray.
Bridget Murray. Okay. Do we still have Samir?
Seconds ago we had him.
I will contact him real quick.
I'll send him a text. You work on something else.
Okay. Andrew, did you need to speak to Jane about anything?
Just wanted to notify Jane and the court as well that I'm not certain that I will have my client Andrea Ward Patrick because she's in the hospital. I do have documentation of that. I have no problems with the other 3 exams scheduled for 1 o'clock, but I don't know if you want to take it up this afternoon or.
Just take it up now.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
mean, there's not much chance you're gonna show up if she had surgery today, so let's just talk about it.
yeah,
Just set it out a month. I don't know what kind of surgery she had, but usually minimal is 2 to 4 weeks on something. So
yeah, I think she fractured her foot and she's gonna need to be off of it for 6 weeks.
All right, so February 23rd.
Could we do the following week of
March?
March 2nd? Yeah.
I think
For
March 9th was the
PCC or for an
exam.
Exam, if it's going to go to us, it needs to be the end of March, March 23rd or March 30th.
I don't think it has to go to us, does it?
Yes, we keep our own exams. Yep.
Okay. So 23rd or 30th, Mr. Sullivan?
March 23rd would be great, Judge.
Okay.
what time?
1 o'clock.
Thank you. My apologies for the inconvenience on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was just apologizing for the inconvenience of having to reschedule that.
Oh, no problem. Stuff happens. Mr. Jadala, do you need to speak to Ms. Murray in a breakout?
I would want to know if there was any potential offers prior to speaking with Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gillis?
That was at 8:45, Jane.
Yep, I'm finding the file.
Okay.
We can offer operating while impaired, dismiss count 2. She's
If you can please put me in the breakout room, Ms. Murray, that would be great.
I have Mr. Sharg here and Jasmine Ward.
Oh, okay. I forgot to tell you, I'm going to stand in for John Casey, who has that drug case, that major drug case.
Which, give me a name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Neely.
Healy's crossed off my docket. What's that all about?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm sorry, who is Judge?
Healy.
Neely, because I handled his 2 misdemeanors, but his felony is still on today and I have not seen him nor his attorney.
Neely was scheduled at 8:30.
Yeah, and he called yesterday saying that he didn't know what time anything was, and I gave him the time that he needed to be here, but I don't see him.
But you haven't heard from Mr. Mitchell either, or Ms. Mitchell, I'm not sure.
No. On whom, Judge?
All right. Mitchell is the attorney on Neely's felony file.
Correct. On the iPhone, what is your name, please, with the plaid shirt?
Randall Royster.
Thank you.
Hey, Jane, I've got a phone number if you want to reach out to the defense attorney on Neely and see if you can get a hold of anybody.
Hey, who is the defense attorney?
Mitchell's the last name. Rina or Rina, R-I-N-N-A is the first. Phone number is 313-574-6670.
Okay, I'll call.
Thank you, appreciate that. Are we ready on Jasmine Ward?
Yes.
Yes, Judge, good morning.
Char, your appearance?
Good morning, Judge. Steve Sharg on behalf of Ms. Ward.
What are we doing today, Ms. Shark?
Your Honor, we were supposed to be scheduled for a preliminary exam this afternoon.
However, I spoke to Ms. Gillis, and she has offered us a misdemeanor charge, and my client would like to accept it.
That's
Okay,
correct,
what's the
Your Honor. I'm
misdemeanor
trying to
charge?
find the file.
Thank you. What's the misdemeanor charge?
Lawful taking and using. Joyriding, it's called.
All right. Okay, and Ms. Ward, have you discussed your rights and options with Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Do you understand those rights and options?
Yes.
And did you discuss with him the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes.
You understand that possible penalty?
Yes.
Understanding all of this, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp, would you like to give me do a voir dire and provide a factual basis for me to accept a plea from the April 18, 2020 office?
Don't change this.
Yes, Your Honor, I will. Ms. Ward, back on that date in April of 2020, April 18th, in the area of Detroit Metropolitan Airport, were you in possession of an automobile?
Yes.
And you had keys to that vehicle?
Yes.
And you took the vehicle without the owner's permission, correct?
Yes.
Judge, we're satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
And once again, what was the added charge?
Unlawful taking and using. It's joyriding.
You got an MCA number on that one? Or
I don't
MCL
right now.
Heather, that's not a normal one. Is that gonna be a problem for the dispo?
I will look for it, and if not, Jane is here all afternoon if I have any problems.
I'll find it eventually. I'm trying to call this attorney, and I have an attorney sitting in front of me, and
Okay. So, Mr. Sharp, Ms. Gillis, either one of you got a preference for whether or not I do an immediate sentence or do a pre-sentence investigation first?
Judge, we move for immediate sentencing, please.
All right, what should I know about your client, Mr. Sharp?
Judge, my client does not have any prior felony record. She's a mother with children, and I don't believe you'll see her back in this situation again. Like we said, indicated she did have keys to the vehicle.
Ms. Ward, are you working?
Yes.
Where do you work?
At a salon, I do hair.
And how long you been there?
A year as of
Okay.
December.
All right. And I don't see any misdemeanor history either.
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I'm inclined to do fines and costs and close.
Fines and costs. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it very much.
All right. Ms. Ward, anything else you want to tell me before I make a decision on sentencing? Ms. Ward?
No.
Okay. Total on the file is $700. That money is due in 5 days, or you can go to our website, go to the Contact Us tab, and you'll see payment options. You can contact us and make other arrangements. But other than that, it's due in 5 days. Understood?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Sharp?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor, and have a happy new year.
You as well.
Hopefully,
Ms.
be
Murray or Ms.
last
Ward,
year.
any questions for your attorney before I terminate?
No.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, Judge.
Welcome. And Mr. Jadala, did you get your breakout room?
I did, Judge. We are ready to proceed.
All right, I'm ready.
Your Honor, respectfully, Stammer Jadala, P62186, hearing on behalf of Mrs. Murray. Your Honor, at this time, Ms. Murray, after speaking with the prosecutor, Ms. Murray would like to avail herself to the plea, whereby she'll be pleading guilty to one count of operating while impaired. Count 2 is being dismissed pursuant to the plea.
Was there any discussion about the drove while license suspended? Because the original complaint has operating while intoxicated is count 1, DWLS is count 2.
Count 2 is being dismissed pursuant to the plea, and count 1 is being reduced to an impaired, Your Honor.
Gotcha.
that's correct.
All right. And Ms. Murray, you understand your rights and options after talking to Mr. Jadala?
Yes.
And did he explain to you the possible penalty for the impaired driving charge? Up to $300
Yes.
fines plus court costs, up to 93 days in jail.
and the
Yes.
possibility of restricted license, correct, Ms. Murray?
Yes.
All right. And understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to that charge today freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Mr. Jadala, would you do the voir dire? The incident date was June 12, 19.
On June 12, 2019, Ms. Murray, isn't it true that prior to driving, you had smoked marijuana
Yes.
and you were pulled over? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that your ability to operate the vehicle was impaired because you smoked marijuana prior to driving?
Yes.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gillis, satisfied? You're muted.
Satisfied.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Murray, I got to confirm some information. We got your address on Coyle Street, correct?
Yes.
405-5761, a good phone number.
Yes.
And do you have an email address that you use?
Yes.
What is it?
Bridget M 2018@gmail.com. BRIGITTE M 2018@gmail.com.
All right, I'm going to continue your bond. I'm going to give the file to the probation department. They're going to reach out to you probably by email. That's why I wanted to get an email address. They're going to schedule with you for a Zoom interview, a pre-sentence interview. Based on that interview, they're going to put together a report and recommendation for sentencing. Mr. Jadala will have a chance to go over that with you. I'll see that. And then you, Mr. Jadala, and I will have another conversation before I determine what the sentence of my sentence will be. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me or Mr. Jadala before I terminate the meeting?
No.
Your bond is continued.
Thank you, Judge. May you and your staff have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Next,
Heather, what do you got?
Kyle Smith with Mr. Bowditch.
Ready, Your Honor.
And what are we doing on Mr. Smith's file?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Smith in place of his attorney of record, Mr. Belcher. Your Honor, Ms. Belcher and Ms. Gillis have been working together on this case. And I believe from talking to Ms. Gillis today, there is information that lingers that maybe Ms. Belcher should be aware of. So I'm asking for an adjournment so Ms. Belcher could once again re-enter this case with the new information. It's with Mr. Smith's approval also.
Thank you. Next week, give us enough time?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
All right, 10 a.m. on the 12th. Bond is continued. Mr. Smith, you got all that?
Yes.
Good luck.
Your Honor, could I go in with Ms. Gillis for just a second? In a breakout room?
Sure.
Go in the courtroom. I can't talk right now, okay? Just go in
Jane,
the-
go on and go back into that room, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, Heather.
Yes.
Salvador Guzman, 845. Mr. Amadeo's attorney of record.
Yes.
What happened with that one?
We adjourned it to February 9th at 9:30
Thank you.
with permission of the prosecutor who was here also.
All right.
Next, we're going to do Randall Royster at 9:45.
Thank you. Ms. Phelps, that one's yours?
Yes, Judge.
What's your pleasure?
Neighborhood Defender Service by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Royster. Mr. Royster, can you please state your name for the record?
Randall Royster.
Thank you. Judge, we do have the discovery for this case now, so we're just asking for an in-person exam date.
Thank you. Ms. Phelps, haven't we set a couple for you already? Exams today?
Yes, the 9th, it looks like I am out there with a few.
You want to keep it on that date?
Sure.
What time do we set the other ones?
I have an 11:30 and I have a 1.
I'm good on January 25th. I mean, February 25th, Your Honor.
One, did you say 1 and 1:30?
11:30 and 1.
Yes.
All right, let's set one at 12, get them in the middle.
Great.
And that was the 9th, correct?
That is correct.
All right, bond will be continued. Mr. Royster, do you have any questions for your attorney before I terminate?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate it.
Have a nice day.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Royster. I'll give you a call. Okay. Oh, he's gone.
Judge,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. I'm gonna bring in Mr. Upshaw. He has Andre Smith at 9:15 and Walter Butler at 10:45.
I've also got Michael Wells, an attorney, in the courtroom.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Wells does need to be arraigned.
Yep. Tell me when Butler was scheduled again?
Mr. Butler was handwritten in at 10:45.
Your Honor, Mr. Butler is in. I believe he's here now, though. This is Randall Upshaw on behalf of Mr. Butler.
And when you say here, you mean in the waiting room?
Yes.
Okay,
He's connecting, Judge. I already brought him in.
okay. All right, Mr. Upshaw, good morning and Happy New Year. Which file would you like to start with?
Your Honor, whichever makes it easier for the court. We can,
Okay, Mr. Smith's file is on top.
Mr. Smith, I'm ready to go.
He's not connected.
But Ms. Gillis,
All right.
this is just a probable cause. Okay.
Actually, neither one of your clients are connected yet.
Can I waive their appearance just to set a date?
It's all right with me.
Your Honor, I'd like to waive their appearance.
All right. Mr. Smith's file, are we looking at another date for PCC or an exam date?
We can set, Your Honor, we can set up an exam today, and I'll talk to Ms. Gillis.
All right. Pick me a Wednesday. February 9, 16, 23.
Your Honor, can we have February the 16th at anytime after 10:30?
How about 1 o'clock?
That sounds great.
All right. Bond will be continued then? And you'll let Mr. Smith know what's going on?
Yes.
How you doing?
Mr. Smith, you're connected?
Yes, you hear me?
All right, yeah, we just set an exam date on your file for February 16 at 1 o'clock.
Okay, February 16th at 1 o'clock. Okay, okay.
Yep, and also you've got some other files here in our court. You've got 4 files scheduled for a pretrial tomorrow in my courtroom, scheduled at 8:50. Malicious use of a phone and 3 different drovable license suspended charges. Those are all 2021 cases. And then we've also got 3 files from 2020 Van Buren, failed to display license, no proof of insurance, and speeding ticket. Those are all behind on a payment plan.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Looks like we haven't had a payment on those since the summertime. You gotta get some money coming in on those.
Got you.
All right, you got all that?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have any questions for Mr. Upshaw before I terminate your meeting?
No, Your Honor.
All right, have a good day, Mr. Smith. And
You
Mr.
too.
Upshaw, looks like Mr. Butler is now connected.
And Your Honor, if there's good with the court, I would ask for the same date on behalf of Mr. Butler.
Sure, that would make good sense. Mr. Butler, you catching this? We're gonna have your exam scheduled for February 16,
Yes, Your Honor.
1 p.m. Bond will be continued. Anything else, gentlemen?
No, and thank you very much, Your Honor, and have a good day, Ms. Gillis.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Miss Robinson, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, I am going to bring in, I have Kenneth Fuster, Fuster, Judge.
Okay.
Scheduled when?
10 a.m.
Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Booster.
Brandy Robinson from the Neighborhood Defender Service for Kenneth Wooster.
Who is not yet connected.
Oh,
Counsel, what are we doing today? On this one, what are we gonna do?
Judge, I've been in touch with him. I'd be happy to, if he doesn't connect up, waive his appearance for purposes of today. We're just going to be setting it for an exam.
Okay, pick a Wednesday.
Your Honor, is this my client's, Michael Wells case?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what are we gonna do so I know what I'm doing? What are we gonna do with it?
I'd like to meet with the prosecutor. Can we schedule for PCC, Your Honor?
This is a PCC.
Okay.
Prosecutor's here. I thought you already met with her.
I spoke to her. She couldn't talk to me because she was very busy with the.
Okay, well, she's gonna make time for you because you're scheduled today too, so.
Listen,
Your Honor, then
Judge,
scheduled for an exam.
Okay.
I
Yes,
s-
Ms. Gillis.
I gave him my phone number, told him to call me after 4:30, just set another PCC and we can discuss the case at a different time.
Pick a Wednesday.
That's a good idea, Your Honor.
Just pick a Wednesday.
A Wednesday?
Yeah, whatever works for your calendar.
Would that be morning or afternoon, Your Honor?
PCCs are in the morning.
What?
Yep.
Your Honor, next week, 2 weeks from now, I think it's fine with me. I have an associate at the office. so-
Okay. Jane, how about next week? 12th?
That's fine. And what's the new attorney's name? Because I have Natalie Phelps.
Your appearance on the record.
Marshall, Marshall, last name Garmo, Garmo, P37394.
We've got him on our ROA, Jane.
Okay, thanks.
722 phone number. 722 phone number is yours?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's call it 9 a.m. next week, the 12th.
Your Honor, I just need the Zoom ID because for today, I wasn't sure if it's Zoom or in person, so we can hear.
Okay.
We can get it.
Yeah, because that's not me next week. That's TBG. You'll get that? Yep. Court officer will give you the Zoom ID.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, can you arraign him?
Oh, yeah, let's take care of an arraignment, counsel. Mr. Wells, your address on Marigold, a good one?
Yes, sir.
All right, and how about a phone number? Oh, I got one, 580, the good number?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna put you on a personal bond. Couple of conditions. Number one, you're gonna cooperate with counsel so we can accomplish something next week. Number two, just generally stay out of trouble. Number three, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription for the substance. You understand those terms, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you violate bond?
I do.
Any questions?
No question.
All set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. All right, Ms. Robinson, thank you for that interruption. What are we gonna do for Mr. Fuster?
February 9th in the afternoon would work for me. The client is connected now, I believe.
Mr. Fuster, can you hear us? You're muted.
Hello.
Mr.
Yes,
Wheeler,
Foster,
hold on a
please,
minute,
sir.
please. Sorry, Judge.
No, I thought I was talking to.
Kenneth, can you hear us? Turn on your camera, please, if you can.
Yes, sorry.
Sir, how do you pronounce your last name?
Foster.
Foster. All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna set this, we're gonna schedule a live exam for your file on February 9th. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, 1 p.m. work?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Heather, I hope you're writing these down because I have not been. It seems like we're getting heavy on that afternoon.
We are, but that's fine. I am.
Okay. All right. Mr. Foster, any questions for your attorney before I terminate your meeting?
No, no, sir.
Enjoy your afternoon.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the time on the 9th.
1 p.m., Jane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next judge is
Wheeler.
DeLorean Wheeler. It's Miss Robinson's case also, and it's at 10:45.
Wheeler connect, or Miss Wheeler connected?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Wheeler, you connected?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Miss Robinson, your appearance?
Judge, Brandy Robinson from Neighborhood Defender Service for DeLorean Wheeler, who is present by Zoom. My bar number is 66895.
Awesome. And what are we doing?
Judge, Jane, you're muted. I believe this case is going to be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's too old. We couldn't get a hold of the victim. Oh,
And
shoot.
Ms.
You know what?
Robinson, you've just,
Oh, yeah. We don't have the officer either.
Ms. Robinson, you've discussed with Mr. Wheeler, this is dismissed without prejudice,
Yes, Judge.
and I don't see any cash bond to deal with, so case dismissed. We're all done. Mr.
Thank
Wheeler,
you.
any questions for Ms. Robinson before I terminate the meeting?
No, sir.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm bringing in the two unnamed people.
Okay.
Mr. Bowditch, have you spoke to Devin Beach?
You're muted, Mr. Bowditch.
For
No,
Terry,
not yet.
okay. For Terry Waterford's iPhone, what is your name, please?
My name Terry Waterford.
And what are you here for?
I believe it's CCW, a CCW case. Miss Mitchell is my attorney. Hello,
What
you
time
there?
did you think you were scheduled, Mr. Waterford?
My attorney called me this morning because we thought court supposed to been on 131, but she said that the prosecutor called her this morning and told me to log on to the thing. And
What city did this happen in, Mr. Waterford?
Detroit, Wayne County.
Okay, yep. You're supposed to be in the 36th district court.
Uh-huh.
This is the 34th.
So how do I do you have a login or something that
I
I
do not, you need to contact them, or you can contact Miss Marina Mitchell. Is this your client?
Yes, I was wondering. I'm like, he looks familiar to me, and that name looks familiar. So
Yeah, he said he doesn't need to be here. He needs to be in 36th, from what I understand.
Okay, well, let me check everything because I don't have him down for today. So
Yeah, Miss Mitchell, we've got you on another file though.
yes, you have me on Neely.
Have you spoke to him?
Yes, he should be. He said he was getting on Zoom. Actually, he should be in the waiting room.
On the Galaxy phone, what is your name, please? On the Galaxy, what is your name, please?
My name is Cynthia Johnson.
This is Mr. Parker's. She's in the afternoon. They're doing a waiver.
Or a plea.
Or a plea, I'm sorry. Mr. Waterford, if you can log off and contact your attorney, she will, or you need to go online to the Third Circuit District Court and figure out where you need to be, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right.
Are we ready on Cynthia Johnson then?
I'm ready, Your Honor. Ms. Gillis, is it going to be the offer that we discussed?
Yes. Attempt
All right.
RNO and OWI.
All
Drop
right,
the high
then.
Do you
BAC.
need a breakout room, Mr. Parker?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, I need a 2-minute break.
Go ahead.
Is there anything in Mr. Beach's file, Judge, so I can bring in Mr. Beach? Or no?
Anything as like a plea agreement?
Yeah, or anything written in there? Or Jeff, did you want to speak to Mr. Beach?
If I could, please.
Yeah, and then get that out of the way, and then you can speak to
No,
Jane.
all I show is we got a pretrial date.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out what file Miss Mitchell's got yet left.
Oh, Najee Neely is the only one. Neely was at, I
Right.
think, 8:30 this morning.
All right. Miss Mitchell, did you have any contact with Mr. Neely?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
All right. I don't see him in the waiting room.
Can I waive his appearance for this hearing?
Sure. What's your pleasure today? What are we gonna do?
Your Honor, I'm just asking for another PCC so I can get the discovery and figure out if we want to hold or waive.
Makes sense. When you talk to him, would you do me a favor, counsel? We've
Yes,
got
Judge.
3 different sets of cases that he's got pretrial scheduled on. First one's coming up next week, the 11th. Then we've got pretrials on January 28th. No, actually, that looks like a payment plan is supposed to start. And then we've got a pretrial, yeah, we got a payment plan supposed to start on January 28th, pretrial on January 2011, or January 11, and then another pretrial on February 7th.
Okay, so we have pretrial January 11th, January 28th is a payment plan, and February 7th is another pretrial.
Correct. Thank
Okay.
you. So on today's file, we're just going to bump the PCC, correct?
Yes, Judge, that's correct.
And how far out do you want to go? 1 week, 2
Um,
weeks, 3 weeks?
3 weeks is fine.
All right. Can we do that the 26th, Heather?
Yep, that looks good, Judge.
All right,
That
let's
works for
call
me,
it,
Judge.
9:45.
Council, 9:45.
That works, Judge.
All right, you'll let your guy know, right?
Yes, I will.
Miss Mitchell, if
Appreciate
you need discovery, if you'll put your email in the chat, I can send it off to Miss Gillis so that she's aware of what you need.
Will do. I'm doing it right now.
Thank you.
I'm
Mr.
all
Bowditch,
set,
Did
Judge.
you need, did you get, thank you, Council, enjoy your day. Mr. Bowditch, did you get your breakout with Mr. Beach?
No,
not-
he's not logging in, Judge. He's not logged on.
Oh, we don't have him connected yet.
No, I keep sending him
I'm
notice.
gonna remove him and see if maybe he gets
Okay.
connected, come back in.
Jane, for Onaji Neely at 8:30, Miss Sabrina put in her email in the chat for you to send discovery, and it's
I need to-
adjourned to January 26th.
Yes, but we couldn't figure out her email. So did you get an email?
Yep, it's in the chat. It's in the chat to everyone.
Oh, okay, great. That's what our problem was.
Okay.
Jane, do we have a deal on Beach?
Devon Beach was at 9:30, Jane, that Mr. Bowditch is asking about.
Oh, is it a misdemeanor?
It is a
Um,
misdemeanor.
Yeah, I have it here. It's capious adjourn. I haven't really made an offer.
Looks like it's 1 felony count, 2 misdemeanor counts.
Right. I'll have to find the.
All I have is the high BAC. What's the felony?
Yeah, I don't know how this got to you, Jeff. We've got, count 1 is police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 2 is high BAC and count 3 is operating while intoxicated.
That's Mr. Parker's case.
And we're ready.
All right, Mr. Beach. Unfortunately, Mr. Beach, yeah, I guess we got you connected, Mr. Beach?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Parker, what are we doing today?
Your Honor, I have Miss Johnson, and we're going to take a plea.
Okay. I'm on the Beach file because I understand you're representing Mr. Beach as well. You need to
Am
talk
I?
to Mr. Beach on that one?
No,
I haven't, I don't know Mr. Beach yet, Your Honor. I don't,
Okay.
I haven't been assigned to that case.
It's a misdemeanor.
Oh,
No, it's a felony. Count 1 is a felony.
Judge, I'm gonna come in there.
20.
That doesn't sound right for his file.
I have it as a misdemeanor.
No, I got 2 different files going. All right, so let's take care of Ms. Johnson first.
ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's today.
Yeah, I'm mixing up 2 files. I'm mixing up 2 files. All right, so Jane, you still need to look at Mr. Beach's file to see if there's an offer for Mr. Bowditch to consider. My apologies for the confusion. And Mr. Parker, tell me what we're gonna do on Johnson.
Your Honor, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's offer.
All right, explain that to me so I can make notes.
Your Honor, if Miss Johnson would plead guilty to the reduced charge of attempt, resisting, and obstructing, and also I believe the people are dismissing operating with a high BAC, and she's going to plead to operating while intoxicated.
That's correct.
All right, and Ms. Johnson, you can hear us?
Yes.
You understand the possible penalty for the charges today that you're pleading to.
Yes.
You understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Parker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Parker, would you like to do the voir dire so I can get the factual basis?
Sure, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, do you remember back on November 20th, 2020 in the city of Romulus?
Yes.
And did you come in contact with police officers?
Yes.
And did at one point in time, did they give you instructions and you failed or you refused those instructions?
Yes.
And at the point in time, had you been drinking alcohol?
Yes.
And were you operating your vehicle at the time?
Yes.
We're satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied.
I think I need to get a data master or a blood test result.
Oh, okay, the blood. I have it.
Go ahead.
I gotta find it though. Hold on. It is 0.245.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor, at this point in time.
Thank you. With that stipulation, I can accept the plea to the 2 counts and dismiss the original felony matter as well as the high BAC. And Ms. Johnson, confirming information, is the Hall Street address I have on the file a good address for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Phone number 410-7174.
Yes.
Do you have an email address that you use?
Not really.
Okay, that's all right. I'm going to give your file to the probation office. They're going to contact you. They're going to schedule with you to do an interview by Zoom. That's a pre-sentence interview. Based on that interview, they're going to prepare a report and recommendation of sentence. You'll get a chance to go over that report with Mr. Parker. I'll look at that report. Then you, Mr. Parker, and myself will meet again, and we'll have a discussion before I sentence you. You understand all that?
Yes.
Any questions?
No,
Can
Your
we do
Honor.
the sentencing on a Wednesday, Judge, or is that not possible?
You want to have some input? We can do it on a Wednesday.
Yeah, I do.
I'll make a note. Yeah, I'll make a note. We'll schedule it on a Wednesday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day, Ms. Johnson.
You.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're finished, Ms.
You're welcome,
Johnson.
Mr.
I'll
Parker.
give you a call.
I put an offer for Mr. Beach in the chat for Jeff.
Yeah, I'm hoping he read it before he went in the breakout room.
Yeah.
Me too.
Detective Carmone, I've been trying to get to you to find out what you're doing here.
Yeah, sorry about that. Or did we discuss?
No, that's all right. Happy New Year. What file are you on, John?
I don't know if you can hear me. Frank Michaud.
Frank Machillo? Oh, I got it. Yeah, scheduled at
Misha.
9:30. Yep, okay. All right.
I don't think he's checked in.
He has not. Actually, I'm just getting ready to do bench warrants, John. We know how to find you if he shows up late.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Heather, speaking of bench warrants, Lawrence Sharp scheduled at 9:15. Did we do anything with that? Because I
We
don't
did
see
not.
the file. Oh, that's a misdemeanor file. Okay, that's why. All right.
Mr. Bowditch, did you see the plea offer that Jane had in the chat?
No. There's nothing in my chat.
Okay, it's there, but did you want to, it says OWI second, if you wanted to go back in with your client.
The deal is went from a high BAC to an operating while intoxicated second offense?
Yes.
Because he's charged with that anyways.
So I'm dropping count 1, plead to count 2. The levels were really high.
Much for giving the farm away, huh? I understand.
Heather, Michael Wells, did we do something on that?
He's the guy that walked in and you
Yes.
did the arraignment?
Yes, yep.
I'll go back in with Mr. Beach when it's appropriate.
All right. Did you want to speak to Jane or you just want to go straight in with Mr. Wells? I mean, Mr. Beach.
I'll speak with Mr. Beach. I think Jane and I understand.
All right. Can you? Okay. Yep. I'll move you guys
Can
in.
join.
And it looks like we ran out of bodies, Heather?
Yes, we did. We got a lot missing.
Did we have a sharp show up?
No, we didn't, Jane. Miss Robinson, who else was yours? I know the one that Michelle was yours, correct? That failed to appear?
No, that one-
That's Mr. Sullivan's.
The last one that I have is Samuel Stevens, which I believe is up for 1045.
9:45.
Or 9:45, okay. The people, as I understand it, are checking with their complaining witness. The case is from a couple of years ago, and there are some potentially thorny issues. And so they're trying to make sure that they have a complaining witness who wants to go forward.
Do we want to adjourn that then or for another PCC? Okay.
Yes, please.
What Wednesday is good for you, Miss Robinson?
Let's see.
Because Jane is always here.
Not after today.
There are worse places to be. I'm gonna just tell you. Let's see. The 26th would be perfect.
January 26th?
Yes.
Okay. Are you already on at a time on that day, on that morning?
Yes, it looks like I have a 9 o'clock a.m. exam.
You wouldn't have an exam at 9 a.m.
Okay. I don't know what it's set for.
I mean, unless it's in another court. We only do PCC.
Judge Martin, maybe?
Yep, that should be just a PCC.
Okay.
Then I can do 8:45 or 9:15, same morning.
8:45 would be great.
All right. All right, so that's for Samuel Stevens, Jane?
Yes, I just wrote that in.
Okay, good. So then you're all set, Ms. Robinson?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye,
What was that,
Jane.
Jane?
Bye.
What's that face for, Jane?
I have my victim here for my trial at 11. Let's just do a bunch of cases on these last few files and then.
Well, Judge will be in just a minute and then you guys can do that.
Just a little overwhelmed. What'll it be, Jeff?
He wants an adjournment to talk to Ms. Belcher.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Are we ready on Beach, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of, with Mr. Beach in place of the attorney of record, Ms. Belcher, with her apologies. Your Honor, today is that date and time set for pretrial. I have talked with prosecution. I have talked with Mr. Beach. He wishes an adjournment in this matter, Your Honor, to go over what we discussed with his attorney of record, Ms. Belcher.
Okay, we can do that.
The 12th is good. We had another one on the 12th, Your Honor. So if that's appropriate again,
That one, was that for Ms. Belcher that you said it?
yes,
Okay. Yeah, let's do it on the 12th. And what time did we set the first one?
10 o'clock.
Mr. Beach, understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Bond is
10
continued
o'clock, Your
on this
Honor.
file. 10 o'clock, January 12th. Don't go away yet, Mr. Beach. Heather, on Mr. Beach's file, I've got a notation that he's got a bunch of Sumter files that are waiting to reset. Is there any reason why we can't just give a pretrial date on those now?
I don't know if, let me see, I saw that note.
I mean, it looks like he's got 6 or 7 files.
It's because he failed to appear for his show cause on that day, so they,
Right.
let me see if I can find so they're all Sumter, Judge?
Yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Sumter case numbers. Some of them are showing clearance fees due.
Let me check and see our next Sumter date, Judge Green. I have January 13th. It's a Thursday at 9:50.
All right, Mr. Beach, are you available January 13th to take care of this, or at least start talking about taking care of these Sumter matters?
Yes, sir.
All right, what time, Heather?
9:50.
All right, Heather, would you make sure that we get him a written notice out today or tomorrow, and also make a notation on the ROAs that he was verbally informed of the date and time?
Yep, but can we verify his address and phone number? Make sure we have everything correct because he fails to appear.
Yeah. Mr. Beach, I've got you on Redwood Court. That a good address?
Yes, sir.
Phone number 787-5524.
No, I need to update the phone number.
Go ahead.
734-624-8244.
All right, we got that. All right, so we got business with you next week, Wednesday and Thursday, right?
Yep.
Okay. Nothing
Thank
else
you,
for
Mr. Beach.
today, Mr. Bowditch?
Beg your pardon, Your Honor?
Nothing else for Mr. Beach today?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, enjoy your day, Mr. Beach.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Now we're just waiting for bodies now, Joe. Hey, Heather, Jan?
Throwing apples or walnuts against their fence.
Um, Mr. Kelly? Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Morning, can you hear us?
Yep. Is your client with you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Judge will be in just a second.
All right. I don't think the camera. Oh,
Not yet.
there it is. See where we are here.
Oh, Najee,
Yes.
Your attorney appeared for you. You need to appear again on January 26th at 9:45 with Judge Martin. If you are
January
this late, they are probably just going to warrant you.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Okay, we're ready on the People versus Fred Kempster Jr. Appearances, please.
Yes, Attorney Michael Kelly, P77187, on behalf of Mr. Kempster, who is present sitting to my left.
Good morning,
Sona
gentlemen.
Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
All right, today's date and time set for defense motion to clear a record. Ms. Moises, I understand that you're kind of at a loss here because you haven't seen us yet. You just want some time to figure out what procedure is.
Yes, that's correct. I just received this yesterday and I followed up with my supervisor in the office, and we have to go through a process to ensure that the defendant is compliant with the statute and also that he qualifies. And so that takes a bit of time for us to actually go through that process.
Sure.
So I would request an adjournment for a couple weeks out.
All right, Mr. Kelly, let's do this. We'll pick a date in just a second, but just so you're both clear, I never deny these unless the prosecution objects, and then I let them try to convince me why it shouldn't be done. But I'm assuming, Ms. Moisisian, if you go through the process and it looks like all the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted, we can probably do this by stipulation.
Yes, that is correct. It just needs to be reviewed first before we can do that.
Yep, understood, understood.
That sounds fine.
Mr. Kelly, no objection to an adjournment?
No objection.
Okay, how far out you want to go, counsel? 2-3 weeks?
I just need a couple weeks, so maybe 3 weeks out.
Let's, you know what, let's keep it on my docket just because I know the background. Because if you dump it on one of the other judges, you're gonna have to spend, 15 minutes bringing them up to speed. What's our next date, Heather? I'm looking. February 9th? I think February 9th is my next one.
Yes, because I have an exam with you, so I think that's your date.
Yeah, any objection to going out that far, Mr. Kelly?
February 9th. And I guess we're operating that we'll just be, the hearing will be just a hold date, right? If
Yeah,
everything's,
and I fully anticipate, well, first of all, I don't think you would have filed the motion if you thought your guy wasn't eligible.
absolutely.
When the prosecutor's office confirms that, I'm assuming we're gonna do this by stipulation and we won't even have to get on Zoom.
Yes.
I've assumed such things incorrectly before, but we're gonna be optimistic. All right,
Okay.
so February 9, what time do we schedule your exam for, Ms. Moisisian?
It's at noon.
How about we do this one at 12 o'clock, Mr. Kelly,
That's fine.
if we need it?
Yep.
All right. anything
Sounds
else,
good, thank
gentlemen?
you.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Enjoy your day, folks.
All right. Take care.
Bye, thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You as well. Jeff, we're still waiting. I'm trying to figure out if we got, you know what, Jeff? I don't think we got anything else scheduled for you. Do we?
I reviewed the docket, Your Honor. I believe everything else is a felony.
We got some stuff at 11 o'clock, but they've all got attorneys on them. I think we're done with you. We know how to find you if we need you, though.
I'll leave the Zoom hearing, Your Honor, but I'll be here. So if
Yeah.
somebody needs me, I'll come back.
Looks like there's one that we might need you for at 11 o'clock. It's a William Johnson. It's a misdemeanor malicious use of a telecommunications service. If he shows up and wants an attorney, we'll let you know.
He is here, Judge.
Oh,
I'm going to have Jamie come in and grab that. No, he's here in person. Those are all live trials.
oh, gotcha.
I'm going to have Jamie come in and grab that file and show Jane it because Jane's confused on that case.
Stacy and Trombley are the other two misdemeanor files. Are those both supposed to be live too? Oh,
They are live. Yes, Judge.
Yeah, so why don't we send all those files out to Jane?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all right, I'll take them out. That's all right. All right, Jeff, give me just a minute.
Yes, Your
Looks
Honor.
like Mr. Johnson might want to talk to you.
All right.
Lock me in again, James.
Heather, are you still on?
I am.
Okay, that Johnson Communications, is that a ticket or
Yep.
it's a ticket, not a file?
Well, it's a file for us
I know.
because
but
we create files, but yes, it was, I'm guessing it was probably a ticket.
See, if it's written on a ticket, then we never make a
Right.
file, so I don't know about it.
Well,
And
is
I
that the
just-
same thing with the Stacy file? Or is that a ticket? Or that's an actual file?
Stacy. Which one? Stacy. Yeah, that's Mark Hart's case. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Mark Hart about it right now, okay?
And Trombley is a ticket, probably also a baiting birds. That one is at 12:30. You're muted.
Schomburg's gonna zoom in for that trial. Okay. Okay. I don't have a file on this though, although she said. Well, I had this really crazy shit happen to me. So there was a guy that was out here with me doing, stuff. He was doing the felonies and supposed to notify people. Well, he kept taking the files back and getting around to it the last minute, and then he went away for Christmas in the end. All these files. Oh. I called him yesterday, going to pick up files. I go, just notify all the OICs? No. They're all in that. I got off.
You're not muted.
What?
You're not muted.
Jeff, we got three more misdemeanors scheduled at 11. I just gave the files to Jamie. He's gonna see if the defendants are here, and if they are, do they want to speak to you?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep. And Jane, he's bringing those files out to you. which you can't do from the inside.
No, just gonna say, can you reach out?
That's all right. You got the file, Stacy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is scheduled at 11.
Which one is it?
Stacy?
Is it free?
Yeah. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well, but I don't like the new court system.
You don't like the Zoom? I love Zoom. I can be in 5 places.
I know, I know.
In jeans.
Yeah, yeah. I don't feel like I can make a connection on that screen.
For whatever my opinion is worth. Sir, can I have a seat?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Other than stuff you need to take live testimony
Yeah.
for,
Yeah,
most of it.
yeah. Yeah, I just wish we could do, like the civil stuff, I'm okay with that. Well, unless it's a contested, whether it's exhibits to deal with, and all that gets really tough on Zoom, I think. But I miss having, 30, 40 people in front of me for pretrial day.
Well, you're a theater major.
I told one of the staff members probably 4 or 5 months into this, I hate this because you've taken my audience. I'm an entertainer and you've taken my audience. And I miss this stuff.
Yeah, I do too. This part,
I mean, when you've been doing this for 20 years, you've got relationships with prosecutors and defense attorneys and judges, and you just like to make contact with them once in a while. And you just,
Yeah, that part of it is very still.
yeah, I miss it. But I do think it's a sufficient tool. I'm ready. I'm ready. People versus Gregory Stacy. He can stay right there if he's more comfortable, Mr. Hart. As long as I can hear him when he speaks.
Thank you.
You're all right. Yeah. I understand we got a plea.
Yes, Your Honor. The agreement is that he'll plead no contest to the assault and battery charge. We're objecting to any under advisement.
Right.
Fines and costs and probation.
No probation.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stacy, you understand the possible penalty for the charge.
Yes.
You've discussed with Mr. Hart your rights and options.
Yes.
You understand those rights and options.
Yes.
All right. You understand, sir, if you plead no contest, in essence, what you're telling me is that you're not fighting this charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I can find a factual basis to accept the plea, then we go forward and I'll sentence you just as if you had pled guilty. It'll still be a sentence. It'll be a conviction on your record. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
All right. Where am I gonna get my facts?
I'm doing a report.
Oh, maybe I do. No, I don't. Yeah, the date was June 4, 21.
Yeah, on June 4th, 2021, the defendant assaulted his neighbor, Eric Renninger. Yeah. Put him in apprehension of fear by throwing a baton at him, which didn't strike.
Satisfied with the factual basis? So am I. And I've got your address on Savage. Is that correct, sir?
Not now, sir.
Can I have a new address?
Judge, just so you'll know, this is a neighbor dispute and an ongoing issue my client has actually moved.
Okay.
It's not gonna be an ongoing problem.
Good. So we're not gonna have any further problems. All right. New address, sir.
2007
2007.
Stearns, Stearns Drive.
City?
That's Erie.
Erie?
Erie.
Like Lake Erie?
Erie, Michigan.
What's the zip down there?
48133.
Thank you. And the phone number I've got is 985. Is that still a good number?
985-88-5-621.
Got it. Okay. Anything else I should consider, Mr. Hart, before I sentence?
Nothing, Judge.
All right. Anything you want to tell me, sir, before I sentence?
No, sir.
All right. Fines and costs on this file total $750. That money is due within 5 days, or if you go to our website, under the Contact Us tab, you can see some payment options.
Can I pay it today? if I want?
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
Good, thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing, Judge.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So where would I go? Down to the.
Yeah, the court officer will walk you down.
Well, I gotta go get my check or anything.
so. Okay. Hey, Jamie, let Heather dispo, and then if you walk the file down, the cashier can take care of it. Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Take care.
Good to see you. Same here.
Jeff, I think you're good if you want to go.
My insurance.
All right, thank you very much for today.
All right, thanks, Heather.
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye-bye.
went downstairs for a few minutes, so as soon as he comes back, we'll get you out of here.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Give me just a minute, I'll be right back. Okay. Get you out of here as soon as we can.
All right.
Thanks, man. All right, you are William Johnson?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Johnson, the prosecutor has asked me to dismiss this case. That would be dismissed without prejudice. What that means is it could be recharged. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'm assuming you are okay with a dismissal?
Yes.
All right, and I do not see a cash bond, so you don't have a cash bond to worry about. You're all set. We're closing it.
Appreciate you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You do as well. Thank you.
I will work at it. Thanks.
We have no one else here.
Yeah, of course we don't. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bodies to deal with. 8, excuse me.
We have the one prisoner, but
Who's that?
I don't remember his name.
Not that it matters.
It's a 2000 armed robbery case at a gas station. They beat people up.
No, that's murder. That's possession of narcotics.
I think it's scheduled at 1.
Sullivan?
What's the name?
No, that's possession of narcotics. I'm just looking at 2000 files. Sullivan is 2000 file. Wilson is a 2000 file.
That's him, Wilson.
Oh, assault with intent to murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason Otter's the OIC. Yeah. Yeah, and then Jeffrey how do you say his name? Noki? You know what I'm talking about, Michelle? Knoche. Kanaki, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about him on the hallway with Shane. Man, that's hard on your body too.
Oh, yes, it is.
You know what, I just thought, Alan and I were talking about somebody and the name Bowman slipped out when he wasn't talking about Bowman. And my first thought was, I wonder what's up. Because last we knew she was living in Georgia, I think, or somewhere down south. She was down south somewhere. Yeah.
Yes, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Do they have any funeral arrangements yet?
They just asked me, and I said, I didn't think they asked, but Mariah was with her, so I'm sure Mariah's we'll get something out of it before she.
But you know what? The one good thing is that she didn't suffer.
Yeah, you're right. What's that?
One good thing is
Yeah, you've seen it.
with the cancer.
Cancer could be a lot worse than that.
The treatment we can give her. She did not. You know, it just, sometimes the right thing happens for her. You can't.
Well, you know, the other plus is Mariah was saying, that's what we're talking about. You know, Mariah talked about, are you ready to come back full time? She wants to go through muscle, whatever it was. And she said, yeah, I'm kind of enjoying the time with my grandson.
Yeah.
And she got the time with your grandson, yeah, I know. She wasn't working full time, you know.
But she just started.
Yeah, but she's just what, 66 years old, 65 years old?
I think she was 65 in this summer.
Well, you've been here, you've been here forever.
27 years.
I don't think you've ever had somebody die.
Jackie and I just talked with him.
You've had
Jackie said
attorneys
even
die,
the
you've
third
had
time.
family members die.
Then we had two.
I was trying to remember, because I remember Dan Lennox died. Because Dan was always really good.
Who was he?
It was always Dan and Dubsky.
Yeah.
Lennoxy and Dubsky were the court officers. And Dubsky was always a jackass to me. And Lennoxy was always nice. You know, Dubsky was an unusual big guy. Most big guys don't throw it around.
He pushed his way.
I think he did. But, you know, Ron was always hard on me, and Dan was always just a sweetheart. Oh man, it's still some boisterous story. And I remember him dying.
It had to be after the term because Jackie, my brother, she said, I do not remember anyone, and she goes back further than me.
I'm gonna ask her specifically if she remembers his name.
Ask her because she's like trying to go through.
But even at that,
I can't remember anyone.
if he did work here, it's still, you know, 30 years ago since we lost anybody.
More than, well, I've been here since.
And then we've lost two in a month.
Like, Eleanor Tanner died after she left here. Chuck Walls, Gal, when he was gone.
Right. Well, Mariah said, yeah, people are working there too. I'm like, yeah, that's part of it. Oh, Debbie, we had a lot of people working here in the 60s. How old was Luce when she retired?
67.
Was she?
Yes, because I can tell you the day she left. She left, I had Lily on Monday, April 25th of 2005. And she left on the Friday before. She walked out, she walked past my desk and said, see ya, I won't see you again. And stormed out. And then she retired from November. Yes,
And she stayed, she didn't officially retire until November. But when she turned 16.
Her son was, yeah, he was,
Something about school, he wanted to watch a trial or something. So I looked at her, and I said, I don't know, David.
That's not such.
Lisa done that.
No, but she's had some views.
Well, you know, when my mom quit smoking, that was 64, 65, and Surgeon General came out and said, Surgeon General, for her, what your focus was smoking. Smoking since they were like,
Oh, yeah.
so that's all I have. She's smoking, she's got to stay with me. And I'll never forget my dad said, doctor told my dad that if you live long enough after you quit smoking, your lungs will repair themselves.
Right.
But everything between here and here won't.
Actually, it's down low because with my bladder cancer, I had some, well, how would I have gotten sick from smoking?
No, what the doctor's point was, all the damage you've done to your esophagus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That fixes itself. The lungs themselves will repair themselves. That's new tissue. It's all or something.
Yeah.
And that's my mom's problem. If the damage that was done, was done, so she got COPD.
My mom quit, she started when she was 16, she quit when she was 46. I just remember that it was 30 years, but she had them years and years before, and he.
Pretty lucky with that lung cancer, remember.
A lot of people live problems never right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he was not back in the day, so you know, John, so you know that. You probably don't have that. Wayne County Sheriff way back. He's dying. Can't get about a chair on his own, but it's still.
No.
And why I think it's like that. But that's his problem. So cancer for 10 years and then it came back and he's totally stopped treatment.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That's how it.
Hello.
You know, yes. After that, he ran. He was the manager of the strip club. What goes on in there?
The smoke just rolls in the place.
That's why I will go, honestly, that's why I will go to casinos.
Yeah.
Because I kind of like playing slots, and it's fun, but I have to subject myself to that smoke. I refuse. I guess maybe now I think it looks like I can wear a mask, but I never.
I don't think a mask. I mean, you know what, Carolyn and I would go, we'd come home and we'd get home, you gotta take your clothes off and put them in the hamper because you smell so bad.
And my mom had been going for years, every week, I mean, when she, you know, we would take it off. And I don't think that's healthy. I will never go to one.
You know, you can go to Hollywood.
Yeah.
In Toledo. You go to Windsor, or you can't now.
Do they smoke in Vegas? Probably.
Oh, yeah. You can do anything you want there. They're not gonna stop that.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. You know, when the MGM was first built, they had those lions out at the entrance to go in, and the Chinese people wouldn't go in that casino because of some kind of tradition that it brings you bad luck to walk underneath two lions or something in their culture. They took them down because they couldn't get the Chinese to go in the casino.
Stop.
And they spent big money. Are you working in here today?
Just in the lives,
Oh, okay.
if there's gonna be any.
Yeah, right. You know why we're not seeing any? Because the subpoenas didn't go out until last
Oh,
night.
yeah, I heard that. I saw you, I figured I'd get a poll. Hopefully we're not being shot at. That would be considered on the job
No, stop it.
accident, right?
I'm off you. Counselor. Did you sign up? You did sign up?
Yeah.
We're just gonna get the judge. If you can have his seat to the left over there.
Jamie and Michelle,
Yeah.
we usually wait 30 minutes and this was scheduled at 11:30, so we still got 10 minutes to wait.
Okay.
Hear that, Jane?
I hear it. I just didn't know, like some judges do 15 minutes, some do 20s.
Judge usually does 30.
Okay. I think the defense attorney doesn't expect them to come.
Oh, okay.
Haven't heard from him. Whenever he turns his phone on, he's going to have a lot of text messages from me. Gina, you coming in the courtroom? Is that what we would call you guys, DNR?
Yeah. Conservation officer?
Yeah, so you're an officer, not a trooper. Or
Yeah, yeah.
Is this the reports?
Yeah, here's a report I threw together last night.
Okay. Do we offer him like a lower charge or something at the pre-trial?
I don't know what happened at the pre-trial. His nephew took a plea 1-1.
I only have him for one thing.
Yeah,
Hunter waterfall migratory.
yeah, he only got one. His nephew got 2. But I talked to him on the phone, and he just thinks he's innocent, so he just wants to take the trial. He doesn't want anything on his record. I even offered him like, yeah, no, we could probably do a delayed sentence. No, I don't want anything because I don't want anything because I'm innocent. Okay. He wants to.
Oh yeah,
the
delayed
judge.
sentence. They're gonna. Yeah, this judge is a big hunter.
I know.
So like I took guns away from somebody once that had done something like 3 times. And
Oh yeah, yeah. I think the judge knows him. He says he's hunted the judge.
says he's what?
This guy, the defendant, says he's hunted the judge. So before. So
The judge recused himself.
could be, I don't know. So
Is he bringing an attorney?
I don't think so. I called yesterday and they said he doesn't have an attorney file, so maybe he's just using public.
So he was bragging to you that he hunted with the judge? Like, how did
He
that come
said
out?
that he, something about it's in front of Brian Oakley. He goes, yeah, I know Judge Oakley from working, and I think he said he hunted with him. He knows where he hunts or something.
get to the 4 minutes, 3-4 minutes. Yeah, we still have the post-COVID remnants, meaning
How's your mom?
still good, the fatigue. My mom doesn't have to cough, me and the wife still have to cough, I still have some tightness in my lungs. Are we on record? Must be. You got me violating my own HIPAA laws here. I'm not.
You don't know who you are.
Well, are you here to eat that?
No.
So.
But most people.
All people should be good.
Oh.
So I'm.
That was okay. My husband. Lily. No, my son. Kelsey and Elizabeth, but she's so tired that she. Yeah. Oh.
3 shots.
Oh.
And that's another one. Please rise.
You're okay. We might want to play with the screwdriver on it.
Yeah, I think, you want to get Jane, please, sir?
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, we can do it here. Which one are we gonna call first?
Brandon Bilski.
All right. Appearances on the people versus Brandon Bilski.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P8591 on behalf of Brandon Bilski, who is not present.
No contact.
No, Judge.
All right. It is 11:59. This was scheduled at 11:30. Bench warrant will issue.
Thank you.
Yep, stay safe.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome. I'm looking for that. Oh, that's one of the files you got out there. Okay, did the defendant show up?
Well, he told me the tenant was in his car in the parking lot, so.
Well, you know what? Hey, Jane?
Yes?
You got the file for the 1230 guy?
Trombley?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a phone number in that file by chance?
Defendant's phone number is 734
Yep.
752
Yep.
7748. And I wanted to talk to you about that case. I'm going to come on in.
All right, I'm gonna call and see if I can get him to come in the building. Supposedly he's in the parking lot. Doesn't matter. Actually, I don't think he can. Calling for Robin Trombley. We are ready at the 34th District Court. We're early, but I understand he's in his car in the parking lot, so if he come in, we can take care of him early. Well, yeah, if you saw him, yeah. Yeah, because that phone number went to some female's voicemail.
No, I think he said he thought, well, go talk to the DNR officer, but there's some problems with this case.
Who's the officer? Do you know which one it is?
Schomburg.
Is it Schauble?
Schomburg,
Okay,
he's here.
go ahead.
So we tried to give him under advisement the last time. You know, he said, I'm not doing anything. I'm innocent. So anyways, and he told the officer, he goes, I'm going to win anyways. Because Hunts, I worked for Wayne County.
Who is he?
Trombley. I'm just saying that he told the officer
Okay.
something like that. I just thought
I don't think I know the guy. Maybe I know his face.
yeah.
By his name, I don't.
I think he has like family down there in Riverview that are on the council, and he worked for Wayne County as a snowplow driver, and you might not know him. He was bragging he was gonna win.
Well, I can tell you right now, I don't know him well enough that you gotta worry about me being less than objective because I don't know the name. So,
I was like,
Yeah.
the officer's like, can he hear it? And I'm like, well, let's just see if he knows.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I might recognize the guy's face or something like that, but I know Robin Trombley doesn't ring any bells with me.
I just want to do an under advisement.
Yeah. Are we scheduled for a trial today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got nothing else going on until 1 o'clock. Hopefully we got something going on then.
His is at 12:30.
Yeah, he's scheduled at 12:30.
You know, then I'm gonna go back into my office then. Do you want the file?
Yeah. Unless you want it. Do you need it to
No.
pre-try it?
No, I don't.
That's fine.
I just wanted to, I'm gonna go back in and send my
Hey,
email.
do you know anything about Zachary Wilson? Jeff Noki's files, scheduled 12:30?
Yeah, that's one that wasn't seen.
Okay.
And,
Is Jeff here yet?
no.
Okay.
But
Hey, Mike.
my officers are showing on it.
Okay.
I know that we screwed up and we can just
Mhm.
consult the case we're not ready on, but that's one that everybody's really adamant
Okay.
about. 'Cause-
Yeah,
So.
I'm ready.
That's the only one I'm really.
Yep.
Gonna be begging.
All right, and Cynthia Johnson, did we do that one?
Yes,
Does that ring a bell?
that was a.
Parker's
plea-
file.
Parker.
Parker's, yep,
But-
yep, okay. All right, yeah, and like I said, if Trombley is here, let's get started early.
Okay.
What's going on? Happy New Year. Yeah, yeah.
How's your holidays?
Nice, nice. Ate too much, but that's always good.
It's always that way.
Swear affirmative information containing the affidavit is true to the best of your professional knowledge and belief. Why do I know the name Roy Leffler? Is Roy Leffler a frequent flyer?
You know, I thought the same thing when I seen the name, but I thought there was a, Leffler lived in here, got a big family down in Sumter.
Okay. I think I just had a Leffler in front of me not too long ago. Might not be Roy.
Maybe, the drunk driver. This is.
left it blank for the doctor's name, but I'm not worried about it.
Oh, yeah, I just found it out.
Yeah, you're just waiting for somebody to call you back. Yeah.
The family's pretty adamant that this was,
We're on live stream, by the way. Here, let's step back so I can get a copy of this, mate.
I'll be back.
You're representing yourself, am I correct, sir? You're representing yourself? I am. Okay. Have a seat right over here for me, please. Please rise. Report this report is now set. I will rise. Have a seat. Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Your Honor. All right, People versus Robin Tromley. Mr. Tromley, good afternoon. Good afternoon. You ready for your trial?
I'm sorry, sir.
Are you ready for a trial, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Gillis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Tromley, I'm okay with the mask on or off, whatever makes you comfortable, as long as you're not too muffled when you speak.
Okay,
If you're-
I'll take it
Okay.
off, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just can't hear very well. I got a bad hearing.
I'll speak up. If you can't hear me, just give me,
Thank you,
give me
sir.
some sign that you're not hearing me.
Okay, thank you.
First thing I want to get out of the way is, I guess you and I know each other?
Pardon?
Do you and I know each other?
Do we know each other?
Right.
Do I know the dead DNR officer?
No, do you and I know each other?
We do, sir.
How?
We know, I have 35 years in Wayne County roads, and
Okay.
I was a supervisor over there, and I worked for my grade all operator. He retired since, but
So we know people.
we do know people.
Okay,
Yeah.
but would you agree with me? You and I have no personal relationship.
No, the
Okay.
only time I've met you was at the wild game dinner with Box.
Okay,
I've met
okay,
you a couple times.
okay, yeah, at the church. At the church. Okay, all right. Ms. Gillis, do you have any objection to me going forward today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. And are the people ready?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Is this your first witness?
Yep, we call Officer Schomburg.
All right, officer, come on up. Watch your step on the
Am I
incline ramp
saying
over
that
here.
right? Schomburger. Oh, Schomburger.
Give him an extra syllable, right? Swear, good morning, and Happy New Year. Swear affirm that the information you're gonna, no, that's the wrong one. Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today? That's right. Have a seat. I just did a search warrant, so I was trying to swear you in for a search warrant. I'm ready, Ms. Mills.
Okay, Officer Schomburger, can you tell me where you're employed
State of Michigan Department of Natural Resources as Conservation Officer.
and were you employed there during September of 2021?
Yes.
And around September 8th, 2021, were you investigating something like
Yes.
on field? Okay,
Yes.
can you tell me about that? What happened? Why were you investigating?
I believe on September 8th, I viewed some decoys in the fields and there was no hunters there. And it was odd to me that the decoys were left in the field and there was no hunters.
Okay, so what did you do next?
Walked the field briefly, but I returned later at night.
Okay, and what time did you return? Did you return later that night or on the date of the 13th? Or
It
the-
was actually the day after, it was the evening after the 8th, I think on the 9th around 12:15 or 12:30. I went into the field and located piles of corn,
Okay,
corn cobs among the decoys.
okay, and then did you go back on the date of 9/18 or 9/13? You can lose your, do you want your report if you need to refresh your recollection?
I have my report here.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me, did you go back at a later date and time?
Yeah, I went back on the 13th of September. That's when I observed the defendant.
Okay. Where did you observe him?
I observed him in the field. He was approximately, I think, if I can refresh my memory in the distance. He was in the field where I had located the piles of corn and the decoys. He was approximately 75 yards from them hunting.
Okay, when you say hunting, did he have a weapon on him?
Yes, he did.
Okay, did he have a hunting license on him?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did he have hunting clothing, appropriate hunting clothing for hunting?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did you approach him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when you said the defendant is, can you tell me what he's wearing in court today?
He's wearing a suit and tie.
Okay, the
Gray
record
tie.
reflect he's identified.
Noted for the record.
Okay, and what did you do when you approached the defendant?
I contacted him, checked his licenses, checked his gun. He had 2 geese.
2 kill geese?
Yes.
Okay,
The contact was, at that point was ended. I had him walk over towards the decoys that were approximately 75 yards away. And I said, I asked him about the corn here. He said, wasn't his, but he knew about it.
okay. Okay, and then did you eventually give him a ticket for that?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the citation that you gave him?
This is for hunting waterfowl over bait.
Okay, and did it look like, okay, and does that statute, and probably you're more familiar than I am with it, does that statute require that they knew or should have known that it was there?
Yes, the statute says you shall not hunt over bait or a you place where you known should have been there. Should have known was there.
Okay, and he admitted that he knew it was there when he was hunting.
He did.
Objection.
What's your objection, Mr.
My
Trump?
objection is that I didn't know about that.
Okay, hold on. If you're gonna give me an objection, it's gotta be a legal objection. If you're objecting because the officer said something you disagree with,
Yes.
that's where you get to give me your testimony later.
Okay,
So
I just
a
want to
le-
remember everything while
Yeah,
I'm going
that's
here
fine.
because my memory, I've been in a bad accident
Okay,
and my memory is not, good and I'll just go blank for a second, but I'll catch it back up.
okay.
And that's why I had to retire.
And I'll be patient with you there. But if you're gonna object, it's gotta be a legal objection. For example, he's testifying to something that you think he has no personal knowledge of. Or you think he's testifying about something you don't think is relevant. So for example, if he was talking about your deer tag, you could say, well, that's not relevant. We're here about geese hunting. So that would be a legal objection. The fact that you disagree with what he's saying, we're gonna get to that with your testimony. He's all right. Yeah, good idea, though. Thank you.
Okay, I think
Understood?
I think I understand.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And you issued him a citation for that?
Yes.
Okay. And these piles of corn, I'm actually gonna show you a couple pictures. Exhibit 1 and 2. Okay, these are people's proposed exhibit 1 and 2, and these are these bait piles that you saw that night?
Yes.
Okay, and did the bait piles look like they had been, birds had eaten them?
There is a picture of, I believe,
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'm gonna propose exhibit 3 and 4.
I can't, from these pictures, I can't tell if they had eaten at them or not.
Okay,
Let me stop you before you go further. And this was approximately 12 PM or AM?
12 a.m., middle of the night.
So he was hunting in the middle of the night?
No, these pictures were taken on the night
Oh, okay, I got you.
when I had walked the
Okay,
fields.
I got you.
okay.
Yep, go ahead.
So what time was he hunting at?
The morning of the 13th, I believe I was observing him approximately 7:45, then I made contact with him at 10:30.
Okay. So you watched him for 45 minutes?
7:45 to 10:30.
Oh, 7:45, so you watched him for a couple hours?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you walked the field before, you saw the corn out, you testified you saw the corn out there?
Yes.
Okay, and did that corn look like it had been eaten or? by the birds, is that?
I can't,
You couldn't,
I don't know if it had been eaten or not,
okay.
but the piles of corn were still there on the 13th.
They were still there on the 13th. Okay, and the decoys,
Yes.
okay. Okay, I have no further questions.
Are you gonna move for those to be admitted?
Yes, I move that all.
One,
four-
1 through 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. I'm
And
sorry.
Mr. Tromley, do you have any objections to those 4 documents being admitted into evidence, those pictures?
I'm sorry,
Any,
sir.
any objections to those 4 pictures coming into evidence?
Do I object to any of those pictures?
Yes, sir.
No,
Okay,
I don't.
thank you. We're gonna mark those as people's 1 through 4. Yeah, let them mark them. Proceed, Ms. Gillis.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Tromley, do you have any questions for Officer Schoenberger?
No, just the one thing that I said.
Okay, hold on. You don't have to ask questions, but if you have questions, now's the time to ask them. If you don't have questions, I'm gonna let him sit down and then I'll hear from you. Is there any other people's witnesses?
I don't have any other witnesses,
Right.
no.
So if you don't have questions for the officer, I'm gonna let you talk.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Officer, you can step down, thank you. Well, I have one question. The piles that I'm gonna see in these photos that were taken a couple of nights before, were the piles substantially the same when you saw Mr. Tromley on the 13th hunting in the area of the piles?
Yes.
Thank you. Either one of you have questions for the officer based on my questions?
I have no questions, sir.
I have no questions.
Okay, you can step down, thank you. Mr. Tromley, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, sir.
All right, your turn to tell me your story. You can stay seated. You're fine right there if you're comfortable.
I'm sorry, my hearing is so
That's all right.
bad.
You're
I'm
fine
sorry,
right there.
Judge.
Go ahead. Tell me your story.
My story is I went hunting that day and me and my nephew were hunting and it's a 20-acre field. It was split in two. These people that were over here you're saying you're baited. I was hunting the other side of the field. I didn't shoot that way. I didn't do anything that way, and I didn't know until that pile of corn was there until the officer approached me, and I thought it was great. He was coming out to check the field. I was real happy about it, you know. And then when I got there, it's like he went to the other place where I was parked in another field, which is 5-acre field next door to the 20-acre. And I'm sorry, Judge.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Maybe it'll ring it. Maybe it'll trigger. So you said that the 20-acre field.
Yes.
You were hunting in half, and there were some other people that had been hunting on the other half.
That's correct, sir.
So approximately 10 acres each.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 acres apiece. Correct.
Was there anything physically separating your half? I put that in quotes from the other people.
No.
All right.
Nothing.
So it's not like there was a fence line or anything like that.
No.
All right, no tree line.
No.
Okay.
No.
Were the other people hunting there on the 13th?
Were they what?
Was the other group hunting the other half of the field on the 13th? The day that you met the officer?
They hunted the first, second, and then I waited to hunt because the people's kid was gonna hunt with them. And evidently he didn't have no license, or the dad. He has a felony. Why he's carrying a gun out there, number one, I don't know. But there was an issue out in the field too. And
so they weren't hunting the same time you were?
No, sir.
They hunted earlier in the morning and then you went out?
No, they didn't hunt that day at all.
So the 13th, they weren't out there?
No, the third, it was the 4th day of the season.
I don't know when the goose season opened.
Goose season opens the 1st.
Okay.
Okay,
So what we're talking about September 13th, which is the day that you met the officer in the field.
Okay.
That day, was there anybody else hunting that 20 acres?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you have decoys out?
I had 10 decoys and they had like 50 out there, over there.
And their decoys were still out?
They left them out the whole season.
Okay.
I didn't think you could do that because I
Okay.
always took mine off when I went every time I hunted.
Okay. Okay, continue with your story.
Okay, so, trying to think of where I was here. Okay, so I was on the one side, so the DNR officer, I seen him up in the parking lot of the driveway of the people with the 5 acres where I have permission to park and hunt. And I did get a ticket for that too, for recreational trespassing. And I begged the people, the officer, just call the guy. He's right over here. I know he's there because his truck's there.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
Let me stop you because on my ticket, you scared me for a minute because I only know about one charge. So I just looked at the ticket that's in the court file. There are 2 things on the ticket. One is the baiting charge that we're here for today.
Correct.
The second one is recreational trespass, but on our court copy, that's X'd out.
Correct.
So we don't have that as an active charge.
Absolutely.
All right, so you're only here for the one, baiting. Okay,
But
go
it's
ahead.
the idea how it went down.
Understood.
You know, I practically begged them to call the lady right there and the man that owns the house. Okay, I have their name and phone number if you have any questions of them. Like I said, I have permission. The officer sat in the parking lot. We seen him sitting out there. We waited till about 10 o'clock, and that's when we quit hunting. We started packing up our stuff, and he came walking down the side of the field. And I'm not sure if my decoys were in yet, or if I had just had them all bunched up. I'm not positive about that. But I did take my 10 decoys and I left with them. And that's when he come over. He said, I'll be with you in a minute. He came over by the field and he hands me this ticket for baiting deer or geese and recreational trespassing. So, like I said, he called them and talked to the people, and that's when they dropped that particular charge.
Okay.
Okay.
Where were your 10 decoys in relationship to the piles of corn that I see in these 4 photos?
The other 10 acres over. We had basically split in 10 acres because I don't hunt with those guys. I know who they are, but I don't hunt with them. And there was a big issue out in the field.
Okay.
Big issue.
Give me an idea distance wise, how much space separated your decoy spread from, and is this one pile of corn in the photos or more than one?
Yeah, it was one pile of corn.
All right, so how far between the pile of corn and your closest decoy in your spread?
I'm really not good at distances, but it was a good
Well,
way.
Mr.
I
Trombley,
couldn't shoot geese over there.
You shoot geese, so you at least know 30 yards, 40 yards.
Yeah, I was probably, 75 yards. I'm like not good on 100 yards.
From decoys to corn?
No, the decoys, actually, the guy put the blind right in the middle of a lay down blind. And I didn't even know it was over there. And when the officer brought me over there, he brought me over there and showed it to me. And I'm looking at it, I'm going, I can't believe the blind was wide open. It had something sticking out that I didn't see. My sight isn't that good either. I have 2 new eyeballs.
But hold on, you're getting off track. My question is, how much distance between your decoy spread and the corn?
It was half of a 20 acre field.
Well, that doesn't tell me anything because I don't know how deep the field is.
That is deep. The deepness of the field goes from the creek that runs back there all the way to Pennsylvania Road.
Try it this way. Distance from the back wall to the front wall of the courtroom, how many of those distances?
Probably at least 15, 10, 15, 20.
So we're talking about 100 yards or more?
Yeah, something like
Between your
that.
decoys and the corn?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. What else do you want to tell me?
So then you know, he kind of razzled me a little bit when you know, when he hit me for that. It kind of shocked me, you know. I couldn't believe it. So he walked me over there and showed it to me. That's when I seen an open layout line
yeah.
and stuff. And that's when then he handed me the ticket out the door. He goes, "This is what you're getting." He got my nephew for baiting and having 2 buckshots with him. I didn't know about him. I didn't see him. He found him in his bag. But as far as the baiting goes, Kurtzel's farms that, Ralph A. Kurtzel's farm. And when they pick corn, they go do they probably do about 15, maybe 5 rows, okay? They fill up their big bin and then they take the trailer and they take it back, just like blocks. Only blocks, they have a machine that picks them. Kurtzel's, they got in there, they got 5 guys hand picked. So as they go through, they're getting the big ears, you know, the good ripe ones, and they're leaving the smaller ones. So,
so this was sweet cornfield?
Pardon?
This was a sweet cornfield?
Sweet cornfield, yes, sir. So what he did was a couple days before the season, he knocks them down because he's not, you know, you're not allowed to leave fields up after you picked them. You're supposed to knock them right down. So when Kurtzel's goes and gets their corn, if they have extra corn, they take it back to the farm, back to the field, shove it off, and then they go pick some more.
Object to his continued test. I don't know how he has knowledge of all this. Is he one of the people that owns the property? I mean, it's way off track of the issue, and it's.
I don't think it's irrelevant though, because he's trying to explain to me why there's corn in the field. So I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And I know so much about the corn in the field and how they do it because blocks are very good friends of mine. I did Burleigh's field, but until they sold that 100 acres over there at Viney and Sibley, so I couldn't hunt there no more. I have permission to hunt that through blocks and Al Burleigh, but he passed. And then, like I said, once they get the corn, they sell it for the day. If they have any extras, they'll donate it. Well, if they don't donate it, then they take it back to the field. As soon as they get to the low part of the field, shove it all off, and they go pick it again. And they pick that field for the week. So any corn, once they go over it and run it over or whatever, it's gone. So if there's small ears that grew up in 3 or 4 days, you know, they're in there too. So, and what he does is he goes through with a mower and mows them down, mows it all down flat. Then he'll come a little bit later on, like a couple days, then he'll plow it. And then he'll wait another week or so and he'll plow it again till there's basically nothing left. But that's where that corn came from that was in a pile. Did he have somebody else come in and pile this up? I don't know. But there was a ton of corn in this whole field. I mean, it was loaded with corn. It always is every year. I've been hunting here 35 years. And I've hunted with other county workers too. Mr. Lindenmuth, we've hunted together and we've never, ever baited. You didn't have to. There was too much corn. I mean, why would you bait that? And there's just a ton of corn in the field. I mean, that's just the luck it is, you know. I just have a good spot and I have good permission. And now that I've been hurt, like I said, I had parked in that field and then I didn't park on the other side where them guys parked. I did the first time I hunted, and then after that, I went over where I knew these people's 5 acres right next door, and they let me park right in the field. And I would park in the middle of the field, so they weren't thinking, and I think this is what brought this all to a head. I'm not sure because I was never told, but I think the guy that owns the storage place, he loves geese. He don't want nobody hunting there. He's come out in the field, cussed us out, took off back, and you know he has no right to do this. That's hunter harassment. you know, but I just let it go. I'm like, okay, whatever, you know, I don't want a problem about it. So, I hunted, another time, and that's when the officer caught me out in the field, and that's when I was, given the tickets and stuff.
On the 13th.
But as far as, yeah, but as far as baiting any wildlife on that field, because I deer hunt there too, you know, I'll get in there. There's a little corner where I can go. I can't go up north anymore. You know, we sold our place in Gladwin, and I just can't do it anymore. I get cold real quick. I get heavy chest pains when it's cold out, or if it's too hot. I have a pacemaker defibrillator, so my walking isn't good at all. So I took the short route that time instead of walking all the way down and then across past them. So that's where I'd never seen the whatever that layout blind in that corn that was bunched around it. I really think they gathered it up for the kid. He was I think he was 11 years old or 12, young kid, nice little kid, but you know, and I know you just want to stay with this, but there was an issue in the field, you know, where this guy come flying through, went through my decoys, shot 5 of them out, just like a bowling ball, shot my decoys out into the creek. I never got my 5 decoys back. I left with 5, and they were Bigfoot, so they're about $50 a piece. And cussed us out because we were hunting there, and Judge, he was on some type of drugs. I don't know what kind of drugs he was on, but I've never seen a man act like that.
This was the group that hunts the other part of the 20.
That's the other, yes, sir. Okay. And he's got a record.
Okay.
He's got a good record.
Anything else you want to tell me at this point?
Not that I can think of. Just the fact that I about drowned 3 weeks ago. I know that's got nothing to do with it.
I'm glad you're on the side of the grass.
And I got out of it.
Good.
I was perch fishing.
Do you have questions for Mr. Trombley?
Yes, Mr. Trombley, when we were out in the hall, didn't you tell me you knew the bait piles were there?
What's that?
When we were out in the hall earlier beforehand, when I was trying to talk to you, didn't you tell me you knew the bait piles were there?
No, I knew when you asked me that, yes. I didn't know the bait piles were there until I had gotten the ticket, because he drove all the way over to where they were hunting and parked there, and that's when he handed me the ticket. And that's when he walked me out there and said, this right here. I'm like, I've never seen that. I never, you know.
You told me out there that you knew, didn't you tell me you knew they were there, but you didn't put them there, so you're not guilty?
No, I never said that. That might have been, I never said that.
Okay.
The only reason I would have said that I knew it was there is because I was told by him. I never knew anything else about it at all.
Okay.
And that's the honest to God's truth.
I have no other questions, Liz. No other questions.
Thank you.
Can I call the officer's rebuttal?
Well, in a minute. Anything else at this point?
Nothing, sir, that I can think of.
Okay, now you can.
Okay.
Still under oath.
Go back up.
Take the witness stand again if you won't mind. Watch your step.
Okay, Officer Schumberger, back to the date in question. How many, well, first of all, was this property separated at all, or did it all look like one piece of property?
It all looked like one piece of property.
Okay. And how many bait piles did you see?
Multiple.
Okay, were they near the decoys?
Yes, they were only by the decoys.
Only by the decoys. There wasn't other corn scattered about or anything?
Nowhere. The field was completely tilled in.
Okay, and how many yards was Mr. Trombley from the bait piles?
75 yards via rangefinder.
Okay. And did he tell you, when you asked him about it, did he tell you he knew about the bait piles?
Yes.
What did he say?
The conversation was, I walked him over the decoys and said, what about this corn here? He goes, I know the corn was there, but it's not mine. I didn't place it there. And he proceeded to tell me who hunted there.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Do you have any questions for the officer?
No, sir.
Okay, I do. We've talked about two different decoy spreads. What did you see on the 13th for decoys?
I seen the original decoy spread that was there the whole time, the one that was 75 yards away from him, and he also had a spread of maybe 10 or 12, I don't know exactly, in his pile, in the same field though.
Okay, so when you say his pile, did you ever see his decoys out being
Yes.
hunted or just like piled up ready to go?
No, I seen him actively hunting over his decoys.
Okay,
When I made contact, I believe they were picking them up.
okay. And what we're calling Mr. Tromley's decoys were in a different location than the spread that you had seen for days.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Tromley's decoys were how far, where were his decoys in relationship to the other spread that was out and left out?
They were approximately 75 yards. The piles of corn were approximately 75 yards to the northeast.
All right, so
In the same field.
the corn was 75 yards to the northeast from his decoy spread?
Yes,
All right, and where was the other decoy spread in relationship to the corn or his?
same place.
So his decoy spread was right next to the other decoy spread?
No, his decoys were like here, 75 yards away, there was another decoy spread with all the corn right here.
Okay.
And then the
okay.
rest of the field, there was
Okay.
no more corn.
So the permanent decoy spread, we'll call it,
Yes,
was right where the bait was?
yes,
Okay, all right. And you're satisfied that that wasn't corn that was left from a harvest, it was corn that was placed there after the tilling was done?
absolutely.
All right,
I have no questions.
okay. Questions for Officer Schoenberger based on that?
No, sir.
You can step down.
Are you done? No.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, the statute that he was, I think it's on the ticket was 3.402. That statute, says by the aid of baiting or on or over baited area where a person knows or reasonably should have known that the area has been baited. And the hunter should be aware that the baited area is considered to be baited for 10 days, even after the removal. So, I mean, he knew it was there. He knew if he's been hunting as long as he says and all that, he should have known that even if you didn't put them out there, you can't hunt there until 10 days after they're removed. So I just say that you find him guilty of the one charge.
Thank you. Mr. Tromley, anything?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
What are you asking me, sir?
She just gave me her closing argument. I'm gonna give you a
Oh.
chance to do the same.
Okay, no, I would like to say that I never said that I seen bait in that field until I was given that ticket. That's when I was told with the pile of corn. I was away from there. I never even shot that way. And I didn't bait that field. That corn was all in that field from the harvest. That's where that corn was, sir.
All right, so on the 13th, the field hasn't been tilled at all?
Pardon?
On the 13th, had the field been tilled? Had it been disted, plowed?
It had been ran over with a mower. Like a big brush hog?
Yeah, cut the
They go-
stalks down.
Pardon?
Cut the corn stalks down.
Yes, yes.
But it hadn't turned the ground.
Haven't turned the ground yet.
But the officer said it was a fully tilled field. That's hard to say.
Say that again?
The officer's testimony was that on the 13th, the field had been turned over other than where the piles of bait of the turned over soil. That was his testimony. Did you hear me?
Testified that
His testimony was that on the 13th, the numerous piles of bait represented by the pictures were on a turned over field. It
No,
was
they were on
worked dirt, and the only thing that wasn't worked dirt was the bait piles.
yeah, I don't think it was turned over. I don't know if exactly, but I know it was cut down. It was not corn because number one, geese aren't gonna come into a cornfield, that's up. It's gotta be cut down. And that's what they do. They usually cut it down and then they'll plow and then they'll plow again and then it'll be gone. It only lasts like 3 weeks.
Well, I've got a question I'm gonna ask both of you, if either one of you know, if you don't mind, if I reopen testimony.
That's fine.
You said that was a sweet corn field. Kurtzel had grown sweet corn that year.
That's right.
Right. Did either one of you look at these ears to see if they were sweet or field?
Yeah, they're sweet corn. They were sweet corn.
Alright. Do you
There was
know?
no hard corn.
Okay.
No kernel or nothing like that. No hard corn. It was sweet corn is all it was.
All right.
And there was a ton of it in the field.
But that's
That's-
not the testimony I got from Officer Schoenberger.
Pardon?
That's not what I got from Officer Schoenberger. Officer Schoenberger said that there were piles of corn and the field was clear.
There was one pile around the bait, the lay down blind. There was, when I got there and he brought me out to show me this, it was a lay down blind with corn around it. There were no other piles around. Corn was scattered that got, knocked down and chopped up or whatever. There was no other piles. There was this one big, thing here with a blind laying right in the middle of it. As far as them pictures that he's got of little, that's the field. I mean, that's what's in there.
I'm assuming we don't have any pictures from the 13th, daylight pictures?
I could look at my phones.
The other thing I'd like to note for closing is this officer said he was there for over 2 hours watching. He would know if he was taking advantage of the bait piles, if he was completely staying separate. I mean, he doesn't have any reason to embellish, whereas Mr. Trombley his testimony is self-serving.
All right, anything else?
I have a witness, if you want to call him on the phone,
Doesn't
Mr.
work?
Kurtzel, and.
It doesn't
I
work
have-
that way.
Pardon?
It doesn't work that way.
Okay, well-
The witness has got to be here or at least on Zoom so
Okay.
counsel can cross-examine.
In blocks, they do it the same way. When they're done picking, if they don't donate it to somebody, they bring it back to that field,
Sure.
shove it off. They don't sit there and go, well, we're gonna sprinkle. They don't do
Right.
it. They don't have time for that.
Right. No, I understand that.
That's how it went down.
I understand that.
And I never had, I've been working, hunting there for 35 years.
Would you agree with the officer's testimony that your decoy spread was within 75 yards of the corn?
Yeah, it was a ways. I don't know exactly the measurement, but it was a ways away. It wasn't where they could come into his
Okay.
and start shooting geese.
Okay.
And if they did, I just let them go land. It wasn't that important, I let them land in the field. I ain't gonna try to shoot at them. I mean, I'm gonna give them a sporting chance. I don't shoot geese on the ground either. But as soon as they touch one little foot on the ground, that's when we open up.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
How does the statute address a hunter that's just in a recently harvested field?
I'm gonna let him answer.
No, I'm asking him because I know you don't know.
I don't know,
I mean-
ask him.
So,
I don't know, and I'm more interested in this stuff than you are.
repeat the question again?
Yeah, my question is, let's say I'm set up, I got my decoys in a newly harvested field. I mean, like the combine went through Tuesday, I'm there Wednesday morning.
Yes.
We all know there's some corn in the field.
That is a normal agricultural practice. And what the defendant said is that it's an abnormal practice when they bring corn back. That would not be a normal agricultural practice. And that's determined by the USDA. USDA, they determine what a normal practice is. And I had printed out the Fish and Wildlife Waterfowl Hunting and Baiting that kind of talks about normal agricultural practices and manipulation, differences of them.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm the one that gets to determine what's normal agricultural practices in our area.
I just don't think they're normal agriculture when they're in piles like that. And they're-
Yeah, except I understand what he's saying, and I believe that's exactly what they do. Because otherwise, they gotta put it in a dumpster and pay $90 a dumpster to get rid of it. So it's cheaper to go out and dump it back in the field
than it is to pay to get rid of it.
But regardless, you're not supposed to, the statute says if you knew or should have known, and he admitted to the officer and he admitted to me out in the hall. And
Right.
and
But
he shouldn't have been there.
yeah, but here's the deal. And I'm gonna find you not guilty. But I don't want to find you not guilty, but I'm going to, and I got to explain that.
Sure.
I believe what you're telling me. I believe that that's what Blocks and Kurtzels both do. I believe that's what they do.
That's the honest truth.
No, I believe you. I believe you. But I also think that we're splitting hairs about the statute, because I don't think the Blocks or the Kurtzels are dumping them out there for a baiting purpose. I think they're dumping them out there because economically, it's the cheapest way to get rid of it, and they can plow it back into the soil and put some stuff back into the dirt.
Yes.
Hold on. Let
I'm
me
sorry,
finish.
Judge.
The problem is, from what I'm seeing from the photos and the testimony I got, I think that was a tilled field. And I think the corn was on top of the dirt. And I think you should have known that it was there. And I think you took advantage of it. Hold on, let me finish. It's going your way, don't ruin it.
I just don't want to forget what I got going.
Okay, make a note. All right, you want to make a note?
No, I
Okay.
think I got you.
As a sportsman, and I believe you are, as a sportsman, even if the farmer takes it back there and dumps it because that's how he wants to get rid of it, for us to set up on that corn pile, there's no difference from a sportsmanship standpoint than if we took it out there just to kill geese over. And you'll agree with me, won't you?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't catch it all.
From a sportsmanship standpoint, it doesn't matter if Blocks dump the corn or you dump the corn, you're still killing geese over bait. Would you agree with me?
That is killing geese over bait. That would be, if you're baiting, that's killing geese over bait, yeah.
But even if Blocks put the corn out there just to dump it, and you know it's there, and you put your decoy spread next to that corn pile, or you shoot the geese off that corn pile, it's not sporting. Would you agree with me?
I agree, yeah, I agree with that.
All right. I'm gonna find you not guilty just because I'm giving you a reasonable doubt that maybe you didn't see those, but damn it, you should have. Because you set your decoys up there. And you know, because I heard your testimony, you know what the farmers do when they take the corn. So you know they're going back there with piles. Don't hunt where the piles are.
I'm not, from now on, and he's told me that too. He says, hey, just knock the pile down. But when you got an idiot over there who's gonna do it anyway, you know, Judge,
Mr.
then I just won't
Trombley,
hunt there.
but Mr. Trombley, here's what I'm telling you. You don't shoot them on the ground, then you obviously you're shooting for sport.
That's correct.
All right?
That's right.
So what I'm saying is, you know as well as I do that when they're dumping the corn, they're dumping it where it's easy access. So that means the back of the field, they're not taking a wagon back there and dumping corn.
Right.
Set your deeks up in the back of the field.
It was.
Because then he wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right? I mean, if the decoys are a quarter mile from the corn pile, that's not hunting over bait, right?
The sphere of influence, it could be, could not be, it just depends, you know.
How they're coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're coming into the corn, but they're flying over the decoy to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that depends on the wind. And I'm not enough of a goose hunter to know how to set up the deeks on the wind, but you probably are.
If you want to come out, I'll take you. And by the way, I'm trying to lease that 20 acres now because these yahoos want to come in and mess it up for everybody else.
Right.
And, you
Well,
know, it's just not good.
I wish you luck on that, but make sure the Kurtzels are dumping the corn in one spot and you're hunting the other area.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Schoenberg. You're all set.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate you believing me because I was honest.
I thought you were. Yeah, please, Jamie. So how was your season? Pretty
Thank you,
busy?
sir. What's that?
How was your season? Busy? No excitement? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Got special investigation on that?
Just any kind of.
You guys have a good day.
You as well, you as well.
Thank you, sir. Really need some culvert stuff.
Good,
So,
good.
try it out in 3 months and see what happens. Don't think we're doing.
That's good for the resume.
Yeah.
Good, good. All right,
How
stay
about
safe.
you? Gonna do anything?
We had a strange season. You know, we hunt 680 acres up in Atlanta.
And we had at least 6, go out this way. Go out the other door, yeah. Yeah, I know, good security. Nobody can get in though. We had what I figured was 6 different 8 points. I just talking about them because we were just up this past weekend, late no season, and didn't do any good either. I was talking to my nephew. And I'm pretty sure we had at least 8 different bucks that I was pretty convinced were 2.5 and older. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We killed 1 spike. My bad, I thought it was a dog. And my buddy killed a 3.5-year-old son point. That was it. We didn't even get any shot opportunities at a real, what I call a real buck. We went up for muzzle loading, never saw them.
Okay.
And just a real weird season. And we've got more food planted this year than we've ever had. And my family's owned this property for decades.
Okay.
We got more food up there than we've ever had, even this past weekend. Each one of those little green fields, you can see where they've been in the snow, getting in those, get the brassicas. We hunted the snow. I think we had 4 guys up there. Only 3 of us at any one time hunting. And 3 different nights, we had guys on 3 different green fields. We saw one little button buck
Okay.
that was out, dumbest thing in the woods, right? We saw one little buck that was in the green field. And 2 of us saw mature deer in the distance moving through the trees that we, I couldn't figure out what mine was. My nephew said it was a big doe, but by the time we tried to get out of her, she was stepping into the brush. Just a weird season. Lots of deer. Just
Someone probably had big piles on your property.
well, you know what? That's what a buddy of mine told me. He says, I think your neighbors must have, one of the, seen from space bait piles.
Yeah, it could be.
I said, I don't think so, because they're in the fields. The tracks don't lie.
Oh, yeah.
When you got snow on the ground,
Yeah.
the tracks don't lie. They're in
Sir?
the fields. They just
Sir,
went in
go
for us.
right ahead. I just wanted to get permission from the judge.
Oh, yeah, you're all right. You're all
Thank
right.
you, Judge.
Yep. Have a good day.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah, it was just a weird day. Weird season. Now I'm trying to kill a bobcat. I've been baiting on the edge of the swamp. I've been baiting since October. We got a butcher that's 10 miles from us, 10 minutes from us. So anytime one of the guys goes in to get a deer or drop a deer off, I jump in the dumpster. I'm bringing out rib cages by plastic bin. I got possums, I got coons, I got ravens, eagles, owls, coyotes. Not a single bobcat on there. So I sat out Saturday night when we were up there because that was when the bobcat season opened. Didn't see a freaking thing. But that's my goal now. I'm going back up in 2 weeks.
Cool.
Try to shoot either coyote or bobcat.
Cool.
But yeah, we got this great piece of property up there, but we're just not. We've been working on. We actually hired one of those consultant guys come in last year. They spend a day and a half walking the property and put a plan together. Because I've been telling the guys, I said, we got the deer. We're just hunting for them. We're just putting too much pressure on them too early in the season.
You have a sanctuary?
Well, we got a couple of them that kind of by default, nobody's got to stand there. And this year we kind of made the decision, next year, because we love to go up to bow season because it's nice weather. Right? I said, we're not hunting mornings. We're not hunting mornings. We're gonna figure out, we're gonna hunt here in the evening and we're gonna work on this piece of property in the morning. Because it's a big enough chunk of property. I said, we're not hunting in the morning. We're gonna wait until it's rut, pre-rut. Then we'll go hunt in the morning. We're just not putting the pressure on the property. Unfortunately, it's not set up so you can like sneak in. There's a road that goes right through the middle of it. Right like a circle road that's right dead center in the middle of the property. So we just gotta try to be a little sneakier. It's a beautiful piece of property. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of property. Yeah. All right, good talking to you. Stay safe.
Well, I am just honored to have heard these lovely stories of death.
And mayhem. And mayhem. How are you?
I am well, how are you?
Good. Happy New Year.
You too.
Which one are you here for?
Well, I'm actually here because I have a prosecutor who wants to have a warrant and investigator's report sealed,
Okay.
and she doesn't know how to do it, and does that just have to be done by a judge?
Tell her to figure it out because I don't know how to do it. I just sign stuff to put in front of me if I like it. Somebody in her office has to know how to go about doing it.
So there has to be some sort of order that basically says this.
Yeah, I get them all the time. You just like a little paragraph they add on the bottom of the search warrant says we're asking for this to be sealed.
Well, it's not a search warrant, it's gonna be an arrest warrant.
Oh,
Yeah, see, I didn't know the answer to that.
I don't know that that's ever been done.
I know on the,
How do you seal an
Egypt.
arrest warrant? An arrest warrant has to be public record, otherwise you can't do
well, she
it.
wants the investigator's report sealed too, so like basically the warrant.
You mean she just doesn't want to give the discovery?
Well, it's kind of.
Because we don't have, the investigative report wouldn't be part of our file.
Right, but I know in the Egypt Covington case, a lot of stuff was everything that they were sealing different things.
I feel like a
So,
tiny
like,
child
whenever-
right now.
Cause like whenever cause the guy was in jail
Right.
and they didn't want to
Right.
give
Right.
one person it for him to be
Yeah.
able to give to the other guy, so.
Well, who's your prosecutor?
Lisa Lindsay.
You could tell her to reach out to Shackelford, because Shackelford was
Yeah,
the prosecutor and
Shackelford-
all that
yeah,
stuff.
she was.
Okay, I just told her that I
Yeah,
would check and
yeah.
ask, and I will let her know what I find out.
Yeah, cause a lot of things were sealed on that case, I know that.
Okay.
And even if I knew, I don't think I'd tell them. It's not my job to advise prosecutors how to do their job.
And poor
I'm-
Kelly to
and
run
I'm not-
around and do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not bitching at you, but it's
Pretty
like, what
much
the hell?
every case that I have from 2019 is still ongoing, and this is one of them, and I'm just anything I can do.
That's just wrong. It's just wrong that we got stuff lingering like that.
I know.
It's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to the defense. It's not fair to the victims.
Are we recording right now?
Yeah, we're on live stream.
Come here, let me listen to something.
Well, if we can get out of this courtroom.
Hi, Joe Sire, what are you here for?
Hold on
Or-
one second. She
Do you have
sent me
a-
the
Is that your name?
Oscar Manon, Joscar Manon.
But what are you here for?
I will tell you right now. Jean Reedy Randall, she sent me the link with Judge Brian Oakley. The meeting ID, I have it
I didn't know.
here.
What is the case for? What case? Who's the
I-
defendant? Who
Uh,
are
I don't-
you? Are you a victim? Are you what? Who
No,
are
I'm a witness probably because
you're a witness. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then hold on.
Yes.
Jane.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Judge. I'm just trying to figure out who this defendant is the witness for. Jane. Okay, sir, I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room till we figure out which case you're here on,
Sure.
okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Hey, Callie, do me a favor. If you see Jamie out there, tell him to stick his head in. Thank you.
Just his head, or do you want to work with him?
Just his head, because I can talk to his head.
Judge, just so you know, at 1 o'clock, Robert Crockett and Ashley Krieger, both of those cases, the defendants are going to be zooming in, but the rest of everybody else is supposed to be live.
Thank you.
It's 1:10. Oh, wow.
Happy New Year. How are you?
Another day in paradise, except I go to my car, which has been sitting for over a week. We were up north, and tire pressure was 5.
Ooh.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get one of those seal things, so I can
Yeah.
get here and then take it to the dealership later.
Yeah.
I think we're ready on Wilson, am I correct, sir?
Wilson, you're asking me?
Well, yeah, we're ready. It's the investment.
I mean, I'm certainly ready.
Okay.
Can you ask Jane if that's her witness that's in the waiting room? He didn't know what case he was a witness on.
No, I don't have Jane, but when I get Jane, I will.
Thank you.
Any civilian witnesses here on this case?
Does the name Joskar Mannon ring any bells with you? No.
The complainant in this was Katie. Hello, good Judge.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I think we need a prosecutor.
Yeah. Thought she was right behind me.
When she gets in the courtroom, I ask her if that name rings any bells, Heather.
Thank you.
Yep. Ms. Gillis, before I call this file, we've got somebody in the waiting room we can't place. Joskar Mannon, M-A-N-O-N. Name ring any bells? Not ringing bells, Heather.
He said she sent him the Zoom information to zoom in to be a witness.
Jane did.
I'm almost positive he said, Jane, he's kind of hard to understand. Do you want me to bring him in and see if he has a case number?
Yeah, bring him in. Maybe somebody will recognize his face. Kathy, do you know the name Joskar Mannon? Doesn't ring a bell for you either?
Mr. Mannon, do you have a case number, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, I have a meeting number.
No.
I'm here for the case of the gentleman that was detained in the Detroit Metro Airport.
Mr. Wilson, I think, if Jane can check her witness list.
Yes, I work for American Airlines, and I was the one who took him out from the plane.
Oh, then I don't know.
Do you know which
Okay.
one it is?
Okay. Yeah, Nays is out there for it.
It's for the gentleman that is missing one arm.
Mr. Crockett have one arm? Yeah. Okay, we got it. It's a Crockett matter.
Okay,
We're
thank
not
you
ready
so.
for yet, sir. All right, so are we ready on the People versus Zachary Wilson?
Well, you can call it, we're not ready, but yes.
Okay, appearances, look, maybe a
Jane
better way to
Gillis
say it.
On behalf of the people.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P64800, on behalf of Mr. Wilson.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people. Your Honor, seated to my left is Detective Otter, and Kelly Broggett was in here.
She just walked out.
She just walked out. She's on the case too. Your Honor, this case has been going on for a long time. There was, I think he was sent for competency, et cetera, different attorneys. As you know, I had a little snafu at the prosecutor's office and subpoenas weren't sent out in a timely manner. But
as it turns out, I'm talking to Detective Otter today, one of the officers has COVID. But the main victim in this case, Katie Wood, even if she got sent a subpoena, it was dropped off at her house unless she was there, which they don't always wait for. She moved. He had to go through Secretary of State records and all that kind of stuff. So we didn't get her here, so we're not prepared to go forward. I know if this happens on any of the other cases, there was a snafu, I have to reissue and all that kind of. This case though, the facts are very, very frightening, Your Honor, and
Can we take some testimony today?
well, it would be by Zoom.
We're not conceding to.
So you don't have any live witnesses that can testify to anything?
Do you know? Hold on one second.
Sure.
Oh. Okay, yes, Detective, I'll call Detective Otter.
Then let's start it today. Let's accomplish something.
Your Honor, there'd be one issue that I have with this. I had a conversation with Ms. Gillis last night about this situation and that whether it was going to be a request for an adjournment, dismissal. As the court, as Ms. Gillis can tell from this case, my file is not the full file. I have just basic information because what we were coming in for was either their request for an adjournment and then me speaking to my client of whether he wanted to agree to an adjournment or ask or object to any adjournment and ask for dismissal.
Well, if you're not ready to prepare, you just agree to an adjournment.
Well, then at this point, because of the situation, I'm unable to proceed at this point.
I agree. I'm just saying that if you're not ready to go, I'm ready to go.
And I
So
can appreciate
she's
that.
ready to start. So if you're not ready to go, we'll
That was
just
not
adjourn.
information that was given to me that led me to be able to bring everything that I needed to be prepared.
Except you know the adjournments are up to me, not her.
Well, I understand that, but she also told, there was no indication whatsoever given that anything would be ready prepared to any witnesses. That's my issue.
So let's talk about.
Think about it until.
Let's talk about Lynn. Let's talk about Lynn.
Okay.
Look at your calendar. Heather, the 9th is too heavy now, isn't it?
At like 1 o'clock, yes.
Don't we have 4 or 5 that afternoon now?
We do.
How's February 16th look?
If we're in the afternoon, I can make that work. No problem.
We have 2 at 1 o'clock on the 16th. 3 at 1 o'clock on the 16th.
Okay. 1:30?
1:30 is fine.
I got to keep that one on my docket, so it limits my options.
February 16th.
All right, February 16th to 1:30 works?
And I apologize for that. And I didn't ever think that we could have started the exam and that kind of option. I didn't mean to pull one on you.
No, and I'm not claiming that you did. It
You
was,
gave me the idea. So, okay, Judge, I'm gonna go get my other, I got them ready on cart.
All right, so 1:30 on the 16th of February. All right,
we'll talk before that.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. Jane, I'm sorry, which one's ready?
Carp, I'm ready on carp.
Got it.
And then. To settle, Krieger, that's Krieger, I didn't do this, but Alex said he agreed to the defendant being out of state.
Yeah, Krieger and Crockett both are zooming in.
Yeah, and I'm just for the court's, where I have not had recent contact with Robert Crockett. I'm emailing him, advising him of his court date.
Yeah.
Is he on?
He's not.
Ms. Krieger is, or she?
I don't have either one of them.
I'll call Ms. Krieger.
Yeah.
Make sure she's on.
But if you need to talk to Crockett, we can set you up with a breakout room or whatever we need to do.
Unfortunately, I just don't have good, he's not responding to my email and my calls anymore. Ms. Krieger is.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be able to work that out.
Okay.
Ms. Carp is here.
Okay. And that one's yours too, right, Carp?
That's correct.
Yep, and that, we're holding that one, correct?
I didn't see, complaining witness.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm ready.
She said he's back in town. She said he was at her house last night. They made him bring some stuff to her last night for fire. Yeah. This one was sent, this last one? This one? November 24th. None. No. Al just sent me a text. Just got a Tulac's update, but I don't know who Tulac's is. Tulacz? Yeah.
Who is Tula? I know that name, why? Tula.
Is it that?
Oh, yeah, no, it's not.
It worked out. Okay. I don't know, it's ringing a bell, but I don't know who. I asked him who. You know that name?
Yeah, Crystal, from town, she was
Oh.
our prosecutor and that's
Right,
from
right.
town. And she has a mom that was an attorney. Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
But I'm gonna ask this, your mom. She'll be looking at it.
Yeah, where that?
Yeah. Oh,
She said.
That's all right.
Hey, Judge Oakley.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good one. Which one?
I can't keep track of things.
I know. Is this the cart file?
Yes.
Okay, I got the right file in front of me. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, People versus Teresa Carp.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Oh, Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, on behalf of Teresa Carp, who's seated here present to my left. Ms. Carp, can you state your name for the record?
Teresa Carp.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I ask for sequestration, except that I would like, you weren't there. No, the young man that's gonna be testifying, Wyatt Marin.
Yep,
His mother is in the courtroom, and because he's a minor, I'd ask that.
but she's not a witness.
She's not a witness ever.
All right,
And
any
my
objection to
legal-
mom staying?
I do have an objection, Judge. I think that the mother has signed his statement, added an additional, if I understand that correctly, looking at the signed statement. So she is in some ways a witness. She has signed herself, her name to her son's statement. So I might be calling her as a witness today or in the future. I would ask that she be sequestered. I also intend, I think, to call the responding officer if he's here to, no.
Your Honor,
Yeah, let's take one witness at a time.
Okay.
As to mine, Ms.
The
Gillis.
officer tells me that she signed the statement saying that she gave him permission to give a statement to the officer. They always do that with minors in this situation. I just think it's more comfortable for him. He's the only witness I'm gonna have.
Okay, so you're not gonna call mom, Ms. Gillis?
No, never. I would never
Okay.
call her in the case, even if I was the trial attorney.
Okay, I'm gonna allow mom to stay.
Understood,
So
Judge.
you said Wyatt's your only witness?
Wyatt's my only
All right,
witness.
Wyatt, come on up, sir. Love that name.
I know.
I don't think I've seen another Wyatt. Love it. Good job with the name, mom. Come on up.
Follow me and stand right here.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I promise.
All right. Come on up here. Watch your step right here.
Go through here, sit here.
Have a seat up here. Mom, I'm worried about hearing him. Is he all right if he drops his mask?
Yeah.
Okay, if you don't mind, Wyatt.
I'll stay 6 feet away.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead, Ms. Gillis.
Can you state your name?
Wyatt Marinian.
Okay, Wyatt?
Wyatt, you got any brothers or sisters?
Yeah.
Okay, is that how you talk when you're mad at one of them? Or do you talk louder when you're mad?
Louder.
Yeah, pretend you're mad.
Okay.
Because a lot of us in here are old, we can't hear something.
Sorry.
All right, deal? Okay.
Okay. So Wyatt, I want to bring your attention back to the date of September 14th. Just this past September, 4 or 5 months ago, 2021. Were you at 22104 the tour in Huron Township or that trailer park? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you got to say yes or no because the court reporter's writing everything down and uh-huh don't. Okay. So you were at that park. Now let me ask you something. Is there like a community area? There's a clubhouse, basketball courts, things like that?
Yeah, there's a basketball court.
Okay, on that date, in the afternoon, were you hanging out there?
Yeah.
Were you with friends?
Yeah.
Okay, and did something happen to you that day?
Yes.
Okay, what happened to you?
Me and my friends were just sitting there, and she came out and started.
When you say she, before you finish, do you see that person in court today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what color hair is she has?
White.
Okay. Mark Reflections identified the defendant?
No.
Okay, so you're sitting with your friends and the lady you just identified, did she approach you?
Yes.
Did she say anything to you guys?
Yes.
What did she say?
She was calling us like bums and like just like a bunch of like cuss words and stuff. Can't really remember because it was like a while ago.
Okay, and then when after she started yelling at you and saying cuss words, what did she do next?
She was chasing me. Well, like we were walking, I was backing up like farther towards the basketball court, and she went like this and pulled out a knife and swung it at me twice.
And
Just for the record, I want to note that the witness reached behind his back with his left hand as if he was pulling something from his waistband. We're recording everything that's going on here, so when you do a gesture, we describe it for the record that's being kept. Understood?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Gillish.
okay, and did it ever strike you?
No.
No. And how many times did she swing it at you?
2.
Okay, and tell me what this knife looked like.
It was like the handle was like pinkish, blackish. It had like a weird design on it. I know it was like this long.
You say about 6 inches? Can we say for the record, about 6 inches long?
Mr. Sullivan, you agree? 5-6 inches?
I would characterize that as 5 inches, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and after she swung it at you, what did you do?
I backed up and I just backed up and went to my friends, and a cop drove by. I flagged him down and told him what happened.
Okay. And then did they eventually take you to the station and wrote out a statement?
No, we went to my house and then I wrote down what happened.
This was in Huron Township, right?
Oh, I think so.
Is that where you live? In Huron? Do you live at the trailer park?
Yes,
Okay, and it's in Huron Township?
I think so.
Just take judicial notice that the address he said he was at 22104.
I can.
Okay. Did you ever have trouble with this lady before?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no, Wyatt?
No.
Because remember what I said, we're recording?
Sorry.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Sullivan, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Wyatt, I have a few questions, following up on the testimony that you've given to the judge already, okay? You first described that your testimony was that you were just sitting there with your friends, is that correct?
Mhm.
And then,
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
and then you described, that Ms. Carp approached you, is that correct?
Yes,
And in your opinion, that was for no reason at all?
yes,
You didn't have any words for her prior to that?
no,
You didn't make any accusations against her?
no,
You didn't threaten her in any way?
no,
And there wouldn't be any witnesses who would have testified or told the police anything else, right?
what do you mean?
Well, are you sure that there aren't going to be any other witnesses testifying at this courthouse or another courthouse to a different version of events?
I mean, if my friends were, then yeah.
Your friends would testify.
I'm just objecting. I don't think he understands the question. If you could maybe rephrase it, I just object to the question.
Try to rephrase.
Did you watch the police talk to witnesses there at the trailer park?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. If the police did talk to witnesses, would they describe things the same way that you're describing?
Yes,
Now, go ahead.
Now, you provided a video of what happened to the police officers, correct?
yes.
And that was a video that you took with your phone, correct?
Mhm. Yes,
If I showed you that video today, would you recognize it?
yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Sure.
Sorry. Showing first, opposing counsel, video provided in discovery. Watch it.
I see her in the waiting room.
I'm gonna allow it, 'cause I don't think it really shows anything. But I don't think it's the appropriate time, but
Unrelated. Ms. Krieger's in the waiting room. We're gonna try to chat with her, just let her know that you're busy on something else.
I did call her just before I stepped in.
Okay. All right. Okay, go
So
ahead.
I showed opposing counsel the video I now, and if I may approach.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the video. I'm gonna push play. Are you able to see that?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes,
Is this a video that you recorded from the day this happened?
yes,
This is the same video that you gave police?
yes,
This is a fair and accurate copy of that video?
yes.
Judge, I will move to enter this into evidence as defense exhibit 1.
Ms. Gillis?
you can admit it. I don't think it really shows anything.
All right, question is, how are you gonna admit it?
Yeah,
So.
We're gonna mark the laptop?
yeah, that's the problem. It should be recorded on the,
It is in discovery, so I know that this is, I've had this, I've done this before and it's.
I'm just asking for a suggestion, because
Yeah.
I've never taken a laptop into evidence.
I can give you the name of the video that was provided to me in discovery. I could send it electronically to anyone, anyhow.
Yeah, so we don't care. So let's just put it on the record what the name of that video is. Agreed?
okay, well, it's Wyatt Marin's video.
I'm satisfied with that if you are.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine. Then that'll be admitted as defense number 1.
thank you. And now I would move to publish and I would offer to do that by Zoom. I could.
If, go ahead, yeah. I'm not a tech guy, so if you can make it happen, great, but I can't.
So if Heather is listening, I think I may be in the waiting room.
You are.
If she could.
I wondered why you were there.
If you could admit me.
I
and
just
then
did.
make me a co-host or give me permission to share my screen.
Heather, can you do that?
Yes, I can.
And that's my fault.
Apologies, I
That's
didn't
all right.
mute myself soon enough. Okay.
He's co-hosted.
Heather, are you able to see the video that I'm playing?
I can.
I can, yes.
It's on my desktop.
So for some reason, it's not showing on the, I think this is just like the configuration issue, the way that your system is set up, it's not showing on the TV.
I don't know that we care. I'm watching it. She's already seen it.
Right, that's
Right?
fine, that's fine
Yeah,
with me.
I'm good. Is there any audio that goes with it?
There's no audio.
Okay, then I'm not missing that.
Okay, and I apologize, Judge, but if I may approach.
Yeah, you're all right.
Okay, Wyatt, so we're at 3 seconds into a 28-second long video, is that correct?
Yes.
And this video begins with you standing in the street, is that correct?
Yes.
Why are you standing in the street?
I was moving away from her.
So the street is farther from her than where it was that you were sitting?
Yes.
Can you see in this video where was it that you were sitting?
Sitting?
Yeah.
No, it's like if I move the camera to the right a little bit, you could see the clubhouse.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said if you move the camera to the right a little bit, you could see the clubhouse.
Clubhouse, all right. So right now, where you're standing when you're taking the video is left of the clubhouse.
Yes.
Okay.
And Miss Karp is standing outside of her home, is that correct?
That's like a house down from her house, because that's her shed right there.
Okay, so we see a shed in the background of the video that's fairly close to Miss Karp's home.
Yes.
Now do we see, I'm pausing the video at 10 seconds. Is it fair to characterize that you're now walking toward her?
Yeah, because my ripstick was right there. I was grabbing my ripstick and then walked right back.
I'm not hearing you.
I said my ripstick was in the middle of the street. It's like a little thing that you ride on.
Okay.
So I went to go grab it.
Okay.
There's no audio associated with this video. Are you saying anything to Miss Karp?
I was telling her to back up, and of course, yeah, because she was cursing at me. I was cursing back.
So you were cursing at her.
Yes.
Were you cursing at her earlier in the day?
No, she came up to us. So yeah, we were going back and forth, but I didn't say anything like I'm gonna hurt you or nothing like that.
You didn't threaten to shoot her?
Mm-mm.
That was a no?
No, sorry.
I'm going to continue playing the video. Okay, I'm pausing the video again at 13 seconds. At this point, she approached you, correct?
Yes.
And your phone ducked down a little bit, but has there been an assault yet?
No.
Okay. So at what point did she swipe the knife at some point on that video?
I believe that the video that I took that was on my phone, there's evidence of her grabbing the knife and swiping it.
So the video that came from your phone is now a different video?
I don't understand why it isn't in there. The cop seen it. He's seen the knife because he paused the video. He's seen it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the end of the video. Playing again from 24 seconds. We now see Ms. Carp walking away, correct?
I don't understand.
I need you to answer yes or no to the question.
Yes, I see her walking away.
So that's the end of the altercation.
Yes.
Just a brief court indulgence.
Sure.
Well, you testified that you went back into your home to write out a statement, correct?
Yes.
Was your mom home at that time?
Yes.
Was your mom concerned about your being involved with the police?
Yes.
Did you decide at that point to describe Ms. Carp as swiping a knife at you?
Yes.
Did Ms. Carp actually swipe a knife at you, or did you just want to explain that to your mom?
No, she did.
What, have you ever been in trouble with the police before?
I don't know that. As a juvenile, anything that's ever come out is, got to see it.
I'll rephrase the question.
Sure.
You get in trouble for fighting at school, Wyatt?
Still objection to that because it still would go to juvenile court.
Well, maybe not. Could have been discipline within the school. What's the relevance?
Judge, I think that if we were to, there are witness statements that the police took, which characterize things quite a bit differently in terms of who provoked this incident. So I'm asking a question which might drive at that provocation.
Because some of the other witnesses were in fights with him in school? I'm not
Well,
sure what the
other
tie-in is with-
witnesses describe his behavior that day differently.
Yeah, not
Okay.
relevant. Move on.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Further questions for young Mr. Wyatt?
Just to reconfirm, this is kind of wording questions. She swiped a knife at you. Is that what your testimony was?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't make that up for any reason, correct?
No.
No, I have no further question.
Any recross?
Why, you testified at the beginning of our hearing that the video that I showed you was the video you gave to police, correct?
Yes.
And that video shows the entire altercation between you and Ms. Carp, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Wyatt, you can step down. Watch your step on that ramp. No further witnesses?
Call Detective Kelch, is it? Kelch, real quickly.
Bob, come on up. Watch your step. Raise your right hand. Swear firm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Settle in. Wyatt, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, but you've got a really nice cologne on, I think. Yeah, it's nice. Go ahead.
Judge, I would just point out that my understanding was that Wyatt was going to be the only witness, and we did address the sequestration issue. I would have objected to other witnesses remaining present. Understand your honor may have a position about a detective remaining
Right.
present, but I just want that objection to be noted.
You did say that.
I
you-
did say
okay,
that,
one
but
minute.
then he told me something during testimony that made me think, I have a few brief questions. For him.
Okay.
He's the officer in charge.
I would have allowed him anyhow, so I'll allow it.
Understood. Okay,
Yep.
well, I just want it on the record. Thank
No,
you.
no, that's fine. Make your record.
Okay, Detective Kelch, are you work for the Huron Township Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and did you do the investigation of the people versus Teresa Carp?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and did you go out to that trailer park?
I was the officer that Wyatt flagged down driving through the park.
Okay, so when you were out at the park there, did you end up having contact with Teresa Carp?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and did you talk to her about the situation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you ask her if she had a knife?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you see that knife?
She did eventually show it to us, yes.
Okay, where was it?
Wait, just pause. I think that there's a question that went unanswered. There was a question about whether or not you asked her if she had a knife.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, did she say yes?
Yes.
Okay, and did she bring you to where that knife was?
Yes, ma'am. She brought us into the house to her lazy boy chair.
Okay, can you describe that knife?
It was a switchblade knife. It was pink. It had like flowers on it. The blade itself was two-toned, black and silver. It was probably actually about 6 inches long.
Okay. And did you give her her rights?
She was not in custody at that time.
Okay, did you talk to her about this incident that Wyatt had said went on?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
About the incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, did she make any admissions to you at that time?
I asked her about a knife, if she swung it at somebody, and she stated that my victim swung a skateboard at her, and that's why she swung the knife.
And that's why she swung the knife?
Yes.
Okay, okay. It's not, you'll have a turn to testify if you want a turn to testify.
Mr. Sullivan, your witness?
Thank you, Judge. Detective Kelp, is it?
Sergeant Kelch, yes, sir.
Sergeant Kelp.
Yes.
Kelch, my apologies.
No worries.
You wrote a report in this case, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
You drafted a report.
Yes, I authored the report.
Authored a
Yes, sir.
report. In your report, do you recall writing that excuse me. You asked about a knife and she stated that she did not have one, but she implied it. Does that sound like your report?
That does not ring a bell to me, no, sir.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
You want to look at it?
If I could, please.
Yeah.
I approach your honor.
I think he's got it with him.
Oh, he's got it there. There's double of everything, I guess.
So the report that you're looking at, this is a true and accurate copy of your report, I assume?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you looking at page 3 of the request for a warrant recommendation? Under interview with defendant Carp?
My page 3 is probably different than your page 3. Mine is the qualifiers for the report. My narrative starts on page 4 of my report.
All right, well, I'm provided discovery. It looks like things might be in a different order. So the way I'm going to do this, Sergeant, if you don't mind, and Judge, if I may approach with
Sure.
my laptop. I'm handing you my laptop with what I believe is your report. You're welcome to scroll through this, make sure that I'm providing you the same report that you're looking at, but I would be interested in directing you to this page specifically.
That, sir, is the investigator's report. That's not my report. That was done by the Detective Bureau.
Okay.
This is my report right here that I authored.
May I look at that?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment.
Sure.
Okay, Sergeant. First showing of opposing counsel. You're looking at me in the interview there. Okay. I know that you've given me this, but we have to go through some procedure. This is a true and accurate copy of your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would request to admit this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 2.
Why would we be admitting, you can cross-examine him on this, but why would we be admitting a report into evidence? You can cross-examine him. It's not part of the evidence, it's what he wrote. It's not a piece of evidence like a knife. We can admit that, you know. It's
The
here.
question is why?
Just for the purposes of having it in the record, Judge, but it may come out without entering into evidence, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, this is my thing, just for the record, so that when you get downtown, you can use that then at the trial. We're here for probable cause hearing. We're not here to put stuff on the record so you have better discovery when you go downtown for trial. We're here for probable cause hearing. I'm going to adamantly object to that.
Agreed. He's right there. Ask him.
Okay, so referring to your report, the suspect statement, the second paragraph, beginning here, midway through the paragraph where you say, I then asked the suspect about the knife.
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory as to what happened on that day?
That was my initial contact, yes, sir, with her.
Okay, and she responded to you there that she did not have the knife,
Yes, sir.
but that she implied.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any questions. About that. I do have other questions about, did you interview a Martha Hammond that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Martha Hammond tell you that the child was cussing and being obnoxious?
I don't think that that's, if you wanted to have Martha Hammond's statement come in, you should call Martha Hammond to come in.
So what's the objection?
I don't think it's relevant for probable cause.
What's relevant?
I think it's very relevant for probable cause, Judge. Certainly later on, and where the same witness says that she didn't see a knife. I think it's extremely relevant. Eyewitness statements that eyewitness accounts that the detective is able to gather on the scene.
But isn't it all hearsay?
Well, I think it goes to effect on the listener if he's arresting my client and accusing and claiming.
So if you want to ask him why you arrested him, that's fine. If you want to explore why he decided to pursue charges against your client, then you can ask him that. But have him testify as to what people told him that are in a report. I agree with Ms. Gillis. If you wanted witnesses here, you were certainly able to subpoena witnesses.
Understood. Did witnesses tell you that they didn't see it?
I'd still object. It's the same thing.
I mean, I
It's
guess
just
that
he did the whole investigation.
It's foundation for the question that you've asked me to ask, which is why did you arrest Teresa Carr?
I don't think it's foundation.
I'll allow it.
So my question is just that one question. Did witnesses tell you that they did not see it?
If you're referring to Ms. Hammond, she stated that the juvenile stated he had a knife, but she did not see one.
Okay. I don't have a question. I mean, why is it that you arrested Teresa Carr if you have witnesses telling you that she didn't have a knife?
Because the one witness, this Robillard statement, she did show me a video and does show Ms. Hammond going after the juvenile. It also states that when I was inside the home and I asked her why she swung the knife blade at the juvenile, she stated because he swung a skateboard at him or her. Then at that time, she was placed in custody.
Okay. I don't have any questions, Judge.
Any other questions for Sergeant?
I don't have any other questions.
Sergeant, step down.
Thank you,
Watch
sir.
your step.
Now, we have all the witnesses we need to find over on charge containing the information and complaint.
Okay, safe to assume there are no defense witnesses?
No defense witnesses at this time.
Argument.
Can I testify?
Okay. No defense.
I'm ready for argument.
Your Honor, I asked to bond over on the felonious assault charge. Ms. Carp, we heard testimony from Wyatt that Ms. Carp swung a knife at him a couple times and was cussing at him, coming at him. We heard from the officer in charge who indicated that he found the knife at her house, and she did admit to it, but she tried to clarify it by swinging a skateboard, which we do or do not know. I think I've shown enough for probable cause, and as far as it's a dangerous weapon, the officer testified that it's a switchblade and it's 6 inches long, so it's certainly a dangerous weapon. So I'd ask that you bound over on the felonious assault.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Judge. I don't think there's no contention that a knife was recovered from Ms. Karp's home, but that's not a crime. The crime that's alleged to have happened is that Ms. Karp assaulted Wyatt with a knife. We watched the video, which Wyatt describes as the video of the incident, and it doesn't include any assault. So I think, Judge, I don't think there's probable cause to bind over on a felonious assault, sending this case to join hundreds or potentially thousands others right now at Frank Murphy Hall of Justice with other felonies pending a jury trial. I think that Your Honor has had an opportunity to review some of the evidence, not all of the evidence, not the eyewitness statements, but I think on the basis of the complaining witness's testimony today, and that complaining witness would be testifying to the same thing at a jury trial, that this is the video of the incident, which shows no assault. I don't think that there's probable cause for this case to go to Frank Murphy Hall of Justice to be in line for a jury trial, which we don't know how long that will be.
The backlog at circuit court plays zero role in my decision making.
I understand.
So don't raise that again.
I apologize.
Your Honor, I just have to call the crime is committed. She assaulted him, put him in apprehension of fear by swiping a knife at him. Obviously, he was afraid. He went to the police, and it's a dangerous weapon.
And testimony elicited by you was that there was another video that clearly showed an assault. So if I didn't have enough from the testimony that the prosecution put on, then you certainly sent it over the bar. Bound over, AOI, 2 weeks from today, 9 a.m. Bond is continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good luck downtown, Ms. Kirk.
Thank you.
A lot of bodies out there, Jamie.
Yes, sir. Keep your away from me on time, okay?
This is crazy.
Yes.
The one we agreed on March, right? March 23rd.
Jamie, I'm going for more water.
Okay, sir.
The hospitalization.
23rd, exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
I also, I realized it slipped my mind this morning. Did you also have a
Michelle.
Yeah.
But he's never appeared and the judge did issue one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the notices.
Oh, you're welcome.
I still got a bunch of files up here.
Right, Kruger, the one where Officer Toad was the officer in charge.
I'm sorry, Krieger?
Yes, but the one where Toad is the officer in charge. It's the case number 1902475.
Yep. What are we doing on the other Krieger file?
I can't.
Karen's out there waiting.
Because I wasn't approached till today. You know, Did it
I
survive?
don't know, I didn't run a CCH today. I don't know what happened to the fellow anymore.
Something out of Washtenaw County, there's no data received. Ordinance violation, misdemeanor suspended. Ordinance violation, medical marijuana, alcohol by minor. You're gonna get one more. Oh, you know what? She's already used 7411.
I didn't still get one.
Can't get 7411.
Not 7411, but.
HIDA, you can get twice. You can get
You can
HIDA.
get double secret, I think.
You can get triple secret HIDA.
Double secret, triple
HIDA.
secret.
Judges. We're gonna go, this is, yeah, this is Sumter's case where she was in the car.
September. 10 neurons was first. Oh, yeah, 9/3 and the warrant, the drug lads came back around 9/10 or 10/9. Right here. Yeah, we have it. I gave it to Curry. He sent an email yesterday asking for it, and he has it. There's some videos here if you want.
You want me to bring Ms. Krieger in?
We don't usually set exams unless the defense says they have all the discovery.
I'm just saying in terms of a waiver today. No. Yeah, I do.
I cracked up because I fell down the stairs on Saturday night with the backboard.
Oh, my God.
I know, and then I went
It's
down.
right in the middle, too. What'd you
Hit my
hit?
tailbone. I went fine Saturday night. I got
I'm sorry, Judge.
the night before. I was like,
Do you want me to bring your client in?
Yes, please.
The stairs are crooked, but my knee gave out, I went right down, straight, not like back, straight down. Yeah.
Where were you going?
I just went across the knee. So, and then I fell forward. It hit there and I went forward and my wrist gave
He
out.
should have known the corner was there. He probably did know the corner was there. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I told him, you're guilty of being a terrible sportsman. Yeah. And you know, and I like Schoenberger, but dude, why didn't you bring the pictures from the 13th? We're trying to get her connected.
Okay. He's the hero. I think that there may be some reasons for a waiver today, so I'm gonna just call her and see what she wants to do.
Yeah, that's just step out, yeah.
What did he decide?
He's stepping out to talk to Ms. Krieger on the phone.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom at that opportunity.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, I'm trying to dodge you, Jamie.
You got better testimony than you did, Susan.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna spank you on the record like that, but I thought, oh, damn it, you gotta learn.
I'm sorry? No, I'm grabbing more files.
Heather would never do that.
No. So I'm taking this one.
Okay. Is it scheduled?
It was, but you signed for the adjournment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Tell you what, I didn't have a fever, but like walking from here to that door, beat you up. Oh, that was terrible. I did not do anything.
So here's what Al said about.
It's so bad that they test. They call her health department every day. Every day they call her.
That's all I said.
And tractor. Antigen test on Monday. And your antigen test is 95.
Oh, yeah, you'll find somebody.
Find out if you had it further.
So we did Kurt.
Right.
We're doing cruiser.
Some even know it, yeah. Didn't even know it. She got
Hey, Ken, Jamie, you guys know if Blake is here for 2 o'clock? The attorney's name is Glenn, William Glenn.
Crockett's supposed to be a Zoom
Yeah, he didn't show up.
hour ago.
He didn't show up.
Can we
He's,
bring the officers in on that?
tell him to leave. Crockett's in the bench warrant stack. Or tell him to check with the prosecutor to make sure she's okay with him leaving.
Okay.
Oh, did we let go that witness?
Which one?
Maureen, that guy?
He's not here anymore, so we must have. Or he just got tired of waiting.
Yeah.
It's funny, Jamie just had this conversation earlier today about. Probable cause is a little low one. I mean, even if he didn't get all that testimony, look, the fact that the video doesn't show it doesn't change the fact that the kid's testimony, which was not unbelievable, was probable cause.
You said Blake and Glenn, correct? Nobody is up.
No. The only 2 o'clock is Blake, and that's live.
Okay.
Oh, Blake's at 2:30. I had 2. Ward is gone. Yeah, Ward's gone. We took a plea on Ward.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I was misreading it. I thought Blake was at 2 as well. It's 2:30. Thank you. So we won't get mad at them for being late. Not yet. Yeah, we might at 2:50. We might at 2:50. Maybe even earlier.
Is that key? Is that the top? Oh shit. Yeah, I sent it to him. It's uploading now. That's the okay. So he's got it. Yeah, I'm gonna get it right over the bus for it. Yeah.
I read the report. She ate it.
It's no, but they're ready to one of the fake seizures. One of the fake seizures.
Okay, Andrew, you waive it, you already know the file that I'm recommending, she's doing a really good job in rehab, and then they give you like a one-time run or some sort of break downtown, because she's worked so hard.
That's why we're waiting.
Where's she at?
She's in Virginia.
What program?
She completed a program. I don't have documentation of it. I will have that when we.
Have that when you get to the AOI.
Yeah.
Okay?
But she's like over a year sober now.
Live in a sober house and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You gonna wave on Krieger?
That's on both of them.
There's a problem. Oh, there she is again. Okay, I lost her. She's back.
And Crockett, I let my witnesses go.
He's in the bench warrant stack.
Okay.
I think that's everybody.
Is there more after this?
Yes, Blake, 2:30. Miss Krieger.
Yes.
Miss Krieger, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm gonna call the People versus Ashley Krieger, case number 20-0432 and 20-0275 appearances. Miss Gillis.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Neighborhood Defender Service, Andrew Sullivan, P84261 on behalf of Ms. Krieger, who is appearing by Zoom. We waive her appearance. We ask that Your Honor waive her appearance in court in person today.
No objection.
Done. Ms. Krieger, I understand you discussed with Mr. Sullivan the preliminary exam that's scheduled for today. You understand your options and your rights, and understanding all of that, you want to waive the exam on both these files. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you understand that when you waive, that means the next court date on each of these will be downtown at the circuit court level.
Yes, I do.
And understanding all of that, are you waiving on both files freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Sullivan?
Satisfied, Judge. Thank you.
Satisfied.
All right, Miss Krieger, your next court date, I'm gonna schedule it 2 weeks from today at 9 AM, so that would be January 19th, probably still gonna be adjourned.
I've seen.
They're catching up with them? Yep.
Yeah.
It may or may not be adjourned, but if it is, Mr. Sullivan will certainly discuss that with you. Do you understand all that?
Yes, I do.
All right, your bond is continued. Do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
All right, I understand you're doing some rehab out there.
I already completed rehab. I've been sober for 2.5 years almost.
Awesome. Awesome.
I have a baby and I have another one on the way, so I pretty much just restarted my whole life.
Beautiful. Good for you. Congratulations on the baby and the pregnancy.
Thank you.
All right, good luck on the next one.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and that, yeah, stay safe, guys. And that takes care of your docket today, right?
It does, if I may be excused, Judge.
You may.
I
Stay safe.
apologize for my overstep today.
What's that?
I apologize for,
You're fine.
okay, thank you.
You're fine. Life is a learning process.
Yeah. It's sometimes difficult to straddle everything from the low level to the high level.
Yep.
Judge, I'm gonna bring in Moto G and see who this is.
Okay.
They're not reading their chats. They are not connected.
Well, the only person that we're missing that could be is Crockett.
Correct. And or if it's that witness again, or Crockett.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but he came in with his name, didn't he?
He did.
Witness? Yeah.
Oh, and actually our last one, James Blake, is Zoom, and his attorney is in the waiting room right now, Mr. Glenn.
I've got Blake marked as live.
You have the everybody else live, but if you read one of the, yeah, one of the files says that they're both going to come in by Zoom.
All right.
Do you want me to bring Mr. Glenn in? Or wait for Jane?
No, you can bring him in. I haven't seen you for a while. Do you know what the extension is out here? The little.
Mr. Glenn,
227 downstairs.
Yes.
are you in contact with your client?
Yes, I spoke with him about an hour and a half ago.
Just because we have somebody online that is not coming through with their audio, and I don't know if he knows how to do the Zoom, because I don't have a name.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can contact him.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, Mr. Glenn.
Happy New Year, Judge.
He talked to his client about an hour and a half ago. He's gonna try to make contact with him now. Mr. Glenn did. Mr. Glenn did. Yeah, Mr. Blake. He's muted right now. Mr. Glenn, are you planning on waving or holding?
Well, I've talked to my client today and I've been going over the discovery and I have to make a competency referral.
Okay. Yeah. Man, we've been doing a lot of that lately.
Yeah. I'm going to call him right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yes, I didn't die, I made it through the day.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi, what is your name, sir?
My name is Shelby.
Okay, you're not coming through very well. You need to either get closer to the microphone. And can you push for video so that we can see who you are, please?
Yeah, I'll put it on.
Yeah. Yeah, but what drives me nuts is I get the impression none of them tried it until today. You know what I mean? Now we lost Mr. Glenn.
Judge, were you able to hear what he said his name was? Because I wasn't.
I did not hear it. And now I lost Mr. Glenn.
Been a lot. I think that people are getting more mental health problems with COVID.
Oh, I think they are. Absolutely.
I miss human interaction. Even if I don't like people, I still like to see.
Think about that. The isolation, the fear, the anxiety, the unknown.
Boredom.
Everything in the world has changed. I mean, why would that not exacerbate mental health problems?
Right.
It'd be more of a surprise if it didn't.
You know, I see it for the young people. It's making it worse, hiding behind the screen and not having one-on-one
Yeah.
contact.
Mr. Glenn, any luck with Mr. Blake?
I just tried. Mr. Blake?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay, we've got somebody on the phone and we're having trouble understanding them.
extremely loud for it to work. I've been trying to figure it out. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. What's going on? You guys ready?
Mr. Blake?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's just real hard to hear.
Okay,
Mr. Blake, it sounds like you're talking, you know, a long way from your microphone or something.
Hold on. I got to disconnect and reconnect. Got to disconnect and reconnect. I'll be back.
All right, go ahead.
You're so right, Michelle. Though. You gotta take care of this, right? You actually go and talk to these people. But now she's been dealing with her screen so much. Thank God when they finally went back to school, that helped a lot. But I could see she was reverting back to being like not comfortable with having
With face-to-face stuff.
You got it. Like I pushed her really hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing about kids that won't even go up and pay for something at the counter.
And last night she said, "Will you go to CVS with me?" And I said, I thought about it for a second. I said, "No, you can handle it."
Yep.
She's almost 17. I'm like,
Yeah, it's like they're afraid of dealing with a real live body.
Yeah, my husband teaches middle school, so those kids were left home alone. A lot of the parents,
Yeah.
in Dearborn Heights, a lot of the parents said,
Yeah.
"Well, you're big enough to be on your own." Now they're back in school. He says, "There
They're
was wild
out of
Indians.
control. That's what my daughter says too.
Out of control."
Yep. Yep.
And they just
It's
are doing what they want.
Actually, what she basically said is the consensus with the teachers is the middle school kids have reverted to animals. They you know, they were a little bit civilized and now all of a sudden they're just animals.
Yeah.
our middle
Yeah.
schools in Canton,
Yeah.
Yeah, because, you know,
All the
they're kind of
hormones.
at that age where, yeah, you can leave them alone, but you really can't leave them alone. You know what I'm saying?
Trying it again, Mr. Glenn. All right, Mr. Blake, how's that?
Better now?
Still really rough. Is your phone number 516-7400?
1 second. Let me see if I can give it 30 seconds, please.
What do you say? Mr. Glenn, is the phone number you use for Mr. Blake 516-7400?
Yes.
All right, if we're gonna give him one more chance on the Zoom, if that doesn't work, I'm just gonna kick him out of the Zoom meeting and put him on my speakerphone in the courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah, just do that, Connor. Please do that because I want to not inconvenience you. I don't want to inconvenience.
Just go close out on Zoom, Mr. Blake. I'm gonna call you on your phone.
There you go.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 7345167.
You got to answer your phone for me, Mr. Blake.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had the power off on that number. I got another number too. I just got, I got to be multi-versatile. I got to organize. Be convenient. When that battery dies, you got to have backup. You see, master plan.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Powering up. It's powering up. Give me 10
Okay.
seconds. Give me 10 seconds. It's powering up. It's got to go through a security breach agreement. Breach. Hold on. I'll put my password. 15 seconds. Not big.
I'm not aware of it like that. So there. Feedback, left, see what's feedback.
Well, hello?
All right, I got you, Mr. Blake. I got you on speakerphone. I just kicked you out of the Zoom meeting so we won't get any echo or feedback. Can you hear me okay?
What's going on with you? A lot of spies in operation. I wrote a song about it on YouTube. Spies in operation.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, hold on just a minute. Mr. Glenn, your appearance for Mr. Blake.
William Glenn on behalf of Mr. Blake, P36794.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Somebody explain that to me exactly what this proceeding is, what the agenda for this proceeding is.
Today's the date and time set for a preliminary exam.
What does that mean? I'm not, they don't teach that in 5th grade.
You're right.
To be a smart ass.
No, you're okay. Mr. Glenn?
Your Honor, I've talked to my client about this matter. I've reviewed the discovery. I have concerns about my client's ability to understand the nature of the proceedings and his ability to assist me in his defense. I'm asking for a referral to the Forensic Center
Mr. Blake,
on
you have
his.
to quit speaking, Mr. Blake. Mr. Glenn is speaking on the record right now.
Okay, let me, my heater in my house, furnace. So let me go up my room.
I'm sorry, Mr. Glenn.
Yeah, and I'm asking for a referral to the Forensic Center on the issue of my client's competence to stand trial. I reviewed the discovery. I've talked to him on several occasions, and I don't believe he fully understands what's going on, and he's not able to help me in his defense. So I'm asking that he be referred to the Forensic Center for a competency evaluation.
All right, Mr. Blake.
Yes, I can provide medical documentation, anything you need, basically, sir. I'm willing to work with the court for tolerance, for exemplary needs.
Okay, all right. So what Mr. Glenn just asked me to do is order a competency evaluation for you.
I'm confident in him.
Yeah, but I need the professionals to evaluate you and tell me that you're competent so we can go forward.
Forensic Center in Ann Arbor.
I'm sorry, what's that about Ann Arbor?
What do I need to do? Go into my medical. I'm involved with the very intense. I have what's called PTSD.
Right.
Have you ever heard of survival guilt?
Sure.
That just I have a lot of things. I suffer from trauma. I suffer from survival support. I've been to 10 years. If you don't, would have been listened to, right?
No, I just want to explain what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, hold on, let me stop. My life story, and I don't want to give you.
No, you're all right. I'm going to order a competency evaluation, which means you're going to be contacted and you're going to go in and you're going to be interviewed by a doctor.
I can't go to the VA and get it done?
No, it's got to be done through the Forensic Center
I couldn't have, can I go to Veterans Court in this? I couldn't go to Veterans Court, I have to be.
Well, you may be eligible for Veterans Court, but not at this stage.
Excuse me, sir, excuse me, Your Honor. I salute you on today. I put my flag at half staff, so, because I'm gonna gotta beware. Anyway, plus remember, anyway, I'm a veteran. I have honorable discharge from the military. I'm fully retired. I don't have to work. I got kids, 26, give you a background. I got kids, 26, 27, and 25 this year. If they're not 26 and 24, my kids are so grown, I don't ever see them. They can live their life just like we did. But anyway, I could get a second evaluation too, right, from the VA. Because I'm in a very intense mental health program in Washington, in the community. The guy just called. They call me 3 times a week. I'm under intense care. I'm in part of a special program at Bickham for my type of.
I would venture to guess, and I'm going to let Mr. Glenn weigh in, but I would venture to guess that Mr. Glenn would be happy to coordinate so that your VA treatment team can communicate with the forensic center.
All right. Well, how long do we get? Because I need a recess because I'm going through a lot of this food in the house. My truck got repossessed. Let me tell you what happened in 10 seconds.
Well, hold on. You don't have to convince me because this process takes some time. So we're not going to have the exam today. We're going to wait for the forensic center to contact you about an evaluation. Understood?
In Ann Arbor?
No, it won't be in Ann Arbor.
Ypsilanti.
Where?
Is it in Ipsy?
It's in Ypsilanti.
Ypsilanti.
Yeah, I don't Davis. Next to the Boys Prison.
I don't even know where the address is.
Yeah, the Prison Center. That's the only one in Michigan.
Okay.
Well, but I have to go for an interview. When am I? What do I do? What am I? All I gotta do is prove that I'm confident.
Basically, it's an interview. They're going to do an evaluation based on that interview.
Sorry. I'm gonna go back. So basically, I can go to that interview and I can submit additional documentation about being in the community and everything else from the VA, from my intense mental health.
I would be very, very surprised if the people at the forensic center were not interested in your treatment at the VA.
So I don't have another voucher as a soldier? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I think I'm dying. I feel like I'm dying. You just told me the years that I've been in this fucking community program for me to be allowed in the community. Because let me explain. I'm through. I can't.
Okay, I think Mr. Blake hung up on us.
Mr. Glenn,
Yes.
you know what? Hold on real quick. I'm sorry. Something happened to the judge's courtroom. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Glenn, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I don't know what the heck happened. We lost our audio from the courtroom.
Okay.
So I don't know if you could hear me when I was talking to Mr. Blake or not. I explained to him that I was ordering a forensic evaluation. He got all upset because I wasn't sending him to the VA. I tried to explain to him that the forensic center would certainly be interested in what he's doing with the VA as far as ongoing treatments, and suggested he give you a call and see how he could coordinate that.
Okay.
So he asked me for a continuance. He knew that word. He didn't want to have a trial for 3 months because he's got transportation issues. And I told him that it would probably be quite a while before he even heard from the forensic center.
Okay.
I think that brings you up to speed.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that's it.
It is.
You going to give us a control date, Your Honor?
We don't. We
Okay.
just keep an eye on it so we don't lose you.
Okay. Okay. I'll look. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thanks, Michelle.